I call today's meeting to order. I humbly acknowledge that the land where we live, work, learn, and play is Treaty 8 territory, the traditional lands of the Cree, Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis. And for the record, we have Councillors Grandison and McGrath participating via Teams. Councillors, please have your video cameras on so that we can, for voting purpose, we can see your raised hand. And we also have Councillors Dogar, Councillor Walkman, and Councillor Boussier sends his regrets for not making today's meeting. And I'll put the floor to, I have an amendment to make to the agenda, so I'll give the floor to Councillor Grandison, who's the Deputy Mayor. You're on mute, Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for both. Please go ahead with your motion, sir.
That the agenda be amended to remove item 5.2 to have that item come forward on March 22nd, and that the agenda be adopted as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Deputy Mayor, we have Councillor Weigel with his light on.
So do I need to hear him talk there, Jade?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. All in favor? And I will wait for confirmation. I can't see everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Would you like to make that call for all in favor again?
All right, all in favor, please. Hands up there, Mr. McGrath, if you're in favor, so they can see you.
And all hands are raised inside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. So that motion will have been passed. I will now hand the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Now, before we chop the agenda, is anyone who wishes to serve notice of motion? And for those with the notice of motion, please press your microphone button, and if Teams, please raise your hand. And can I have someone make the motion to chop? Okay. Moving on to the adoption of the previous minutes, can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that the minutes of the council meeting held on February 22nd, 2022 be adopted as presented.
Thank you. Can I have someone second that motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second that motion.
I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Councillor McGrath. And anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Now, before we start, I have a few announcements. I don't have any proclamations today. First of all, I want to start by saying a few words about the situation in Ukraine. I think we all are watching what's happening with shock and sadness. And after speaking with some people of the Ukrainian culture and community, as well as the leaderships of the Ukrainian Canadian Association, I certainly join with others in our region in saying a stand behind the people of Ukraine and that against the horrible act of aggression and violence by their neighbors in Russia. And this also makes what's happening in Ukraine and Russia right now makes us know how fortunate we live in a region as we are, and how much we take our freedom for granted sometimes. And also in recognition of the search for the unmarked graves in the residential schools in Fort Chippewa. As many people watching know, it was announced last week that a search for the unmarked graves of this former residential school in Fort Chippewa will begin at the end of the month. I pledge our support as a difficult situation, but the necessary process to Indigenous leadership, Chief Adam, Chief Powder, and President Cardinal, that all Indigenous peoples of Fort Chippewa and the region that were many impacted by what took place in Fort Chippewa. And we pledge our support for the people of the region there. And also today is International Women's Day. And I'd like to acknowledge that today's International Women's Day, and this year's campaign theme is #BreakTheBias. And that's something we need to contribute to, and the world is free of bias, discrimination, and stereotypes. And finally, today, as you can see, I'm wearing my Oil Barons jersey. Today is the first out-of-town game for the Oil Barons. They're tied in the series 1-1, and today is their next game in Sherwood Park that will be starting in about an hour and a half. Go Barons, thank you. And now our first presentation. I ask, moving on to presentation, first ask for a request from the Athabasca Tribal Council. I'd like to ask Chief Adams and Carla Buffalo to come forward. As a reminder, you have 5 minutes to make your submission, followed by file submission remain available for questions.
Good to go? All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with Mayor and Council this evening. My name is Carla Buffalo. I'm the CEO with the Athabasca Tribal Council, and with me I have Chief Alan Adam, who is the President of the Athabasca Tribal Council, as well as Chief of the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation. Tonight, we are really excited about the opportunity to announce the return of the ATC Cultural Festival. It's always been a goal of the Athabasca Tribal Council Board to bring this event back to Fort McMurray after a 2-year break due to the pandemic. We're happy to announce that it's scheduled for September 8th through September 11th, 2022. The ATC Cultural Festival will have something for everyone. We'll be hosting Indigenous artists and performers from our region's First Nations, along with guest artists from around Canada. We will have more than 40 workshops and seminars for artists and the public. We will also have an artist gallery and gift shop, round dance, and tea dances. Each day, we will be having a community feast, artist demonstrations, and cultural presentations. In addition, we'll be having a fashion show with a main stage and some amazing performers. In 2019, we hosted the first ATC Cultural Festival, and at that time it was supposed to start out as a very small starter festival, which ended up being a 3-day event that ended up having over 5,000 participants join us. It was clear from the beginning that our communities were beyond excited about the opportunity to celebrate our cultures and our languages. Every organization and industry that we approached for partnership found a fit that spoke to them. And as a result, our small festival ignited into so much interest across the region, and since then, the communities have been asking when it will return. Due to the overwhelming interest, we are expanding from a 3 to a 4-day festival to have additional school programs and bring in Indigenous fashion show. At other events, we've had people attend. What I meant to say was, I've attended many other events in the region where people tend to join events and just observe, but the real difference in our cultural festival is that people are coming to participate, to learn, and to be a part of the event. This is really an opportunity that ensures that both our Indigenous and our non-Indigenous community members may have access to activities and to participate in traditional activities that would not be available otherwise. Our goal is to make the ATC Cultural Festival a must-attend event that draws people from all over Alberta and Canada. Cultural tourism is opening up to new opportunities for economic and Indigenous cultural revitalization, and hopefully one day we'll also be calling this an international cultural festival. Reconciliation is supporting Indigenous cultures, languages, and providing space for Indigenous people to celebrate who we are. As our people are ready to ignite a revitalization and connection to our land, language, and history, we also want that to be, we also want our region to be part of that change. What the Cultural Festival has provided is an opportunity to revitalize culture and language, which is at the forefront of healing and celebration. ATC has operated in the community for over 30 years, and when it was initially set up, was registered as a corporation. ATC had previously applied to the Community Investment Program. However, we didn't meet the eligibility criteria based on our corporate status. As a result, we've come here today to request financial support from the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo because we see the opportunity to partner and collaborate as the path forward. Chief Adam, do you have any additional comments?
Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Since it's my first official appearance before Mayor and Council, congratulations to everyone. Job well done. I remember when I was first elected, there was also another statement that came with it, my condolences. So, it's a good thing that we go down this path, and we looked at this, and it was one of the successes of the closing months of 2019, and we were looking for new heights and new adventures of moving this thing forward, but then again, 2020 came and everything got shut down, and we failed to understand who we are as First Nations people. And here we have a perfect event that took place here in Fort McMurray, and it was enlightened. It was drawn a lot of people to its attention, and with a lot of good reasons. And it had an opportunity for the First Nations of the region to showcase who we are in regards to how our lifestyle is and what we do in the region and everything. We look at the fact about how proud we are, and what we have to offer is a lot. And we believe that moving in the right direction of working in collaboration with the First Nations in the region, Mayor Bowman and city council members, full well the understanding of the importance of working with the Aboriginal communities. And we as the Aboriginal communities know darn well how important it is to work with the RMWB. So, our commitment is still there to working forward with you guys. I am still the president of ATC. Regardless of what happened in the past is the past. Regardless of what we see out there and how we live by it and everything. And, in today's world where we judge by what we see, and I guess that's human nature, but in reality, like you said something about the Ukraine people, well, my family's affected by it because my daughter is part Ukrainian, and my grandchildren also share that same blood too. So I know where you're coming from when you mention something in regards to Ukraine. So, we show our support in that way as well too. But regardless of what, we're not out of the woods yet. You never know. Fort McMurray could be a target if things go wrong. So let's get along while we still can and still do. So with that in mind, Mr. Mayor, we've asked for $150,000 for this festival to happen on September 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. I'm thinking that maybe 300,000 would be very good to ask for, in my opinion.
Thank you, Chief Adam. We're gone a few minutes over on the time limit before speaking, but as you came in late and Carol took all your time, we let it go. But thank you very much. And 300 always sounds better than 150. But what is my question is starting is what would the estimated cost for the entire festival be?
Our estimated cost for this event for this year is going to be roughly around 700,000 plus. And we're going to be really going out there, and the First Nations are going to support, as much as we can, but we're going to be asking for additional support out there. And because we're going on Wood Buffalo, and it's showcasing Wood Buffalo of how proud we are to support, the First Nations, and I just thought it would be a good gesture to double the amount that they asked for.
Again, yeah, it's always a good gesture. We have a question of Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and to Carla and Chief Adam. Thank you for your presentation. I was at the last Tribal Council Cultural Festival, which was put on by ATC down at the SNI in 2019, and it was a great event. Very enjoyable and very well organized. This event ties in nicely with the Truth and Reconciliation Report and supports our previous strategic plan. I feel this component should continue in our new strategic plan, as celebrating and supporting Indigenous culture is an essential step on the path towards successful reconciliation. I'm fully in support of this funding, and I'm looking forward to the 4-day cultural festival for 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Chief Adam and Ms. Carla for the presentation. I was actually looking forward to hearing more about the festival, and I believe it's a good program, especially learning more about the culture of the Indigenous community. So I'm fully in support. My question was going to be how much in total is the budget and where you would get the remaining funding. But I think Chief Adam seems to be very ready to get the balance 450,000. So I think we got lucky if it's 150, and I fully support your request before it's doubled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor McGrath. I'll go to Councillor Weigel and we'll go back to Councillor McGrath.
I think he's just on a bathroom break. I just want to say thank you to Carla and Chief Adam for presenting. This is an exciting thing. I agree, and I have heard rumors, but I wanted to get some information from you guys. It was a well-attended event. How many people came last time?
Is it working now? All right. So over the course of 3 days, we had 5,000 people as an estimate. And like I said, we really just expected to start out with our communities, a little bit of interest from the community. But once word started getting out, we had school programs, we had all of our First Nation communities, we had people traveling from outside of the community. But I think one of the most joyful parts for us was the interest from our community in Fort McMurray, and we had so many cultures that were attending, and they said that our Indigenous cultures resonated so much with them, and they also really welcomed the opportunity to have a safe place to ask questions, to participate, and to celebrate and to learn. And so yeah, it was well over 5,000 within a short period of time.
That's incredible. And I love that because it's very interactive, gets everybody actually working together. And as Chief Adam alluded to, it's a great place for us to actually create a brighter future and working together. So I'm excited and I'm full support. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor McGrath.
Thank you through the chair and Carl and Chief Adam. Nice to hear the presentation and the likelihood of having an event where we're coming out of a couple of years where some of those big days weren't celebrated. I just want to thank you publicly, I guess, Chief Adam. I know that you went through your own COVID crisis and lost a family member, but for all your First Nations that are with ATC and extending that to other First Nations, you really showed some leadership going in and out of your communities, controlling the pandemic. I know that we're probably the most tested of them all, but good job managing the COVID. And, my question is, How about if we were to give you half the funding requested this evening? Would we be still good guys?
Half of 300,000?
No, no, Chief. No, that was like playing pool. No, half the 150.
My thought on this is, Councillor McGrath, you know, with all due respect and everything, and I think it would, if we put the dollar figure aside, I think it would be more beneficial to the RMWB, you know, to fully support this in that regard, because it does bring notoriety to the whole region and what we're doing, and this is what it's all about. And I see this, and I'm going to plant this in your vision plan about this is going to grow. And I remember late Michael Cardinal, on the day we closed the event, when people all left, and the people that were there, I was one of them, were there, Carla and them were there, Bernice and Michael, and I forget who else. I think it was Doug Goloski, I think, that came to the, Dave Tucker was there too as well, and we were all sitting there talking. And, you know, late Mike, who passed away from COVID last April, said in his own words that he sees this growing and it's going to be bigger than what we figure it out to be, and it's already double in our, what you call it, budget plan. So it has reached that big figure of sight, and we just want to make sure that we still deliver that. And the big attraction was really the moose meat.
Fried moose meat.
Fried moose meat over fire, yes.
Through the chair, I guess, Chief Adam, thanks for presenting this evening, and I know that certainly what you know, these festivals and celebration of our culture and the Indigenous people very important to our region. It always has been, and I think if everybody, I guess from all of Fort McMurray, that would be somewhere around the weekend of the Blueberry Festival, so it's kind of timed right too. My question through the chair, would the monies come from the, I know we have a capital grant for arts and culture of our overall capital plan. Where would we, would that money come through community services, or I guess through the chair, where would the funding come from this evening?
Councillor Cardinal, and for the other councillors, this evening we wouldn't be voting on the funds itself or where it's coming from. What tonight we're voting for, if we make a motion, is to bring it back to administration to come back to us with a plan of where the money would come from and what we can do.
Sure.
If that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you, Chief Adam and Carla. Keep up the good work.
Am I able to add on to?
Go ahead, Carla.
I think one of the things that Chief Adam mentioned was it may sound as though it's a cultural festival, but it's actually much more than that. And I traveled to Whitehorse a few years before we had the ATC Cultural Festival and attended an event called Adaka. And Adaka was a very similar event in Whitehorse, where it was bringing people together, artists in fact, where they were learning from each other, and they were also providing an opportunity for community members to learn their cultural practices, to celebrate their languages. But what they actually found was that short day event had a momentum that carried on throughout the year. And that's really what's important to recognize, that Chief Adam is speaking about, is that this isn't a 4-day event. This is really something that ignites activity throughout the year. And so what ended up happening in Whitehorse is that there's been multiple cultural centers that have been built in communities. It's become a little street festival to an internationally recognized cultural festival that attracts people from across the globe. It's bolstered their tourism in their community, but more than anything, it's really ignited the the Indigenous communities in the region that's really provided the platform for culture and language to be supported and nurtured throughout the year. So although it's a 4-day event that we're starting here, I really do believe that there's an economic and tourism factor that will benefit the community. But from culture and language, it is the platform for us to continue to grow throughout the year. So just wanted to add that.
Super. Thanks, Carla. Councillor Cardinal?
Oh, thanks, Chief Adam and Carla, for your presentation. I just wanted to say that it means the world to me to be able to showcase our cultures to other races and any other culture, and I expect that they would do the same for us and share each other's culture and unite together and make RMWB the best place to live in this world. And I fully support, any steps moving forward when it comes to Indigenous culture, Indigenous tourism, and economic development for our regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. And I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. It was an awesome, good presentation, and you have my full support.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Dogar?
Yeah, thank you, sir, to the chair. It's a very good presentation. Thank you very much, sir. Sir, once we acknowledge that this is a Treaty 8 land and all the things belong to First Nation, then this is the only verbal statements that we keep on reading it. This is the time to listen to their recommendations, give a due weight, and we should stand with them. Second point, as brought out by the Councillor Cardinal, it's a good occasion that they present the culture and give a very positive look, and interaction between cultures should take place. This should be a very great part of the multiculturalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. My only ask, I don't know if I missed it, is the complete budget. If you have it, maybe the next opportunity, so we can see the total cost of the event and be able to put the contribution to perspective. Thank you. Other than that, fully in support.
If it feels any comfort to Councillor Funky, maybe the RMWB could send a representative to be part of the planning committee.
Maybe just to add on to that, he's going to get you in all kinds of commitments tonight, so.
You're taking me to Fort Cheap.
But just to reiterate, the budget is set for $700,000, and so the ask to the municipality is only one of the asks that we're going out. We've got a number of sponsorship requests that we're going at for our partners with industry and others within the community, and as well we've applied for a number of provincial and federal grants. So that's always part of our plan, is that this is one of many asks that we're going forward to, and the budget will support all of the various activities, as well as ensuring that we've got our communities participating directly in the event.
Thank you so much.
And we'd love you on the planning committee.
I'd be very honored that we came to the RMWB first, because we're going to be going to industry partners next. So out of respect, we went to the RMWB as our first ask to come, and that shows respect to the mayor and council.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Cardinal?
Hello. Just wanted to add a couple more things. I wanted to say to everyone watching what it means to me and my culture means to me, and I just also wanted to mention that what every other culture means to every other individual. Us as Indigenous people, we've had a torrid past, and we weren't able to be the way that we wanted to be. And that means a lot to me today, be able to show support from the RMWB and Council. And not only that, be able to showcase our culture, our dances, our food, in our people. And that's a strong point in reconciliation. And, I really commend them for coming today, and I really commend our mayor and council for, taking the time to hear them today. And I just wanted to say those last little parts on my behalf, because it means a lot to me to be able to sit here today and speak on behalf of the Indigenous people here as well in our council chambers, but for all Indigenous people, so we're able to be who we would want to be without no flaws, with the support of each and every one of every other individual that's in this room and everybody else watching, what it means to us to be able to unite together and respect one another moving forward from this day forth. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, Carla and Chief Adam. Nice to see you. It's been a while. I certainly would like to echo the comments made by my fellow councillors to this point in time. I think one of the things that I believe is my responsibility to the taxpayers, to the region, with regards to truth and reconciliation and everything, is that we do have to work collaboratively. I don't feel as a councillor at this point in time that I have adequate direction to know how that is. We have many First Nations and Métis in our community, and I'm hoping we as an organization can become a little bit more structured in understanding what we can and can't fund. I absolutely 100% support the event. I think it will be an amazing event. It was amazing back in 2019, and I think it'll be an amazing event this time. I would like to also just echo Councillor Banjoko's comments about, in terms of our responsibility to the taxpayers, of ensuring that we can demonstrate a budget and accountability for taxpayers' dollars. I think that always has to be part of the process. Having not gone through the CIP process, but being in front of council, the accountability part of the CIP process, it wouldn't be included, but I think we need to certainly ask that there be some accountability for the expenditures in the event that this is approved. But once again, thank you for your presentation and your commitment to the region, to your culture, and to truth and reconciliation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And if no one has any other questions or comments for delegates, I'd ask Councillor Grandison to take the chair. I'd like to make a motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead with your motion, sir.
I'd like to make a motion to refer this matter to administration review and bring forward a report for council's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
Go ahead.
I second the motion.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Waggle. Any further? Mr. McGrath is waving at me.
So I just wanted to be the first to vote in favor.
Well, I thought we would first ask if there was any further discussion on the motion. I believe that's the next course, is it not?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. You're absolutely correct, and I apologize to the viewing public and my colleagues that so quick to rush that one out.
All right. Is there any further discussion, questions, or comments related to the motion?
A second the motion. Okay.
Councillor Grandison, I'm not seeing any other questions inside the council chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will then call for the vote. All in favor? For those of us on screen, I'll say it for the mayor. Put your hands up.
All hands are raised inside the council chamber, Deputy.
Thank you very much. That would be unanimous, and I believe I should now hand the chair back to His Worship, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. So thank you, Carla and Chief Adams. Marcy Cho, and see you again. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
moving on, next presentation, we have Rural Water and Sewer Overview. And I'd like to invite Dennis Ward, Director of Engineering, to go ahead with the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good evening to you and members of council. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can. Thanks, Dennis.
So, good evening. My name is Dennis Warr. I'm the Director of Engineering. And this evening, I'll be providing you with an overview of the rural water and sewer servicing in our region, or we'll refer to it RWSS. I'm going to give you an overview, as an introduction. I'm going to go through a chronology, provide some current status, our budget, and our next steps. So the RWSS is a pipe system of water distribution and wastewater collection. It's a pipe system that are designed to be efficient, dependable, sustainable, and environmentally friendly. Excuse me. They will eliminate the need for water delivery and septage removal, protection of groundwater as sewage is moved through the main line, and also protection of water property values. Pipe systems also address challenges with high water tables and difficult soil conditions, and it streamlines underground infrastructure. The next few slides are examples of ways in which the RWSS updates the pipe water and the sanitary systems. In this example here, we see the change from a municipal water truck filling a holding tank on the left to a pipe water system which delivers water underground. This eliminates the need for ongoing refills, eliminating the need for extra work, extra truck traffic, and resulting impacts on the road and the integrity of the road. This next slide is an example of Sapere Creek Estates on Janvier, where we have septic mounds in this particular case. Of course, that will transition to the illustration on the right to a piped sanitary system. This illustration here is the replacement of a septic field with a pipe sanitary system. It also seen in Sapere Creek and Janvier. The illustration on the left shows piping to a field below ground, and the illustration on the right, of course, shows piping going to the main line. This example is seen in all of our rural communities. This is the transition from a wastewater holding tank to a piped sanitary system. What we're doing now as a municipality is implementing full pressure water systems with hydrants in 4 of the communities as shown on the left: Anzac, Conklin, Gregoire Lake Estates, and Sapere Creek Estates. And trickle fill water is being installed in one of our communities, and that's the community of Janvier. Defining the gravity sewers in Anzac, Conklin, Gregoire Lake Estates. Septic tanks and pumps connected to low pressure and sewer systems were selected for Janvier and Sapere Creek Estates. The illustration on the right, of course, shows a septic tank and pump connected, which is, as I said, Janvier and Sapere Creek Estates. I'd like to take you through the chronology. This slide shows a point form chronology which summarizes the chronology in the overview report. Please note that the details on this slide are a high-level summary, and there is additional information available as well. Prior to the amalgamation, the city of Fort McMurray was incorporated in 1980 and relied upon underground infrastructure for water and sewer, also known as wastewater. The surrounding rural areas, excluding Indian reserves or Métis settlements situated therein, were collectively known as Improvement District, or ID number 18, later known as ID 143. Most rural communities in ID 18 did not have pipe systems and received truck water, and of course few of those homes had adequate indoor plumbing. In 1995, the amalgamation was by order in council, and a memorandum of understanding was signed. In 1996, Ward 4 Water Committee was established. In 1998 to 2002, Council directed basic water and sewer program and approved the private residential water and sewer municipal grant program. In 2006, working together for the better service delivery, review and policy options and address long-term rural needs. In 2008, the municipality commissioned the Rural Service Delivery Review, which included engagement. In 2010, Rural Service Delivery Review was completed. Target established for rural hamlets to not rely on truck services. The rural servicing study was completed and recommended trickle fill and low pressure sewer systems. In 2011 and 2013, operational improvements were recommended to improve the rural servicing. The Rural Development Committee was established, or RDC. In 2014, funding was approved in the 2014 capital budget. Water, sanitary systems, and property owners' contributions approved by Council, and the pre-design was completed. In 2015, detailed design and construction commenced, engagement in each community, and then the RDC was dissolved, and the Rural Committee was established. In 2016, service connection fees were approved for the collection of property owners' contributions. In 2017, Council directed administration to proceed with the implementation for rural water, and the Rural Committee was dissolved. In 2018, further engagement, higher monthly utility costs supported by property owners. In 2019, the service connection plan was approved by Council. In 2020, the Rural Area Water and Wastewater Service Connection Bylaw number 20/009 was approved by Council. In 2021, municipal infrastructure was completed in Janvier, Conklin, and Sapper Creek, and the homeowner service connection guide was released. In 2022, focus is on completion of the municipal infrastructure, engagement, and service connections. Our current status in Sapper Creek Estates, all required municipal infrastructure is complete. There are 300 lots in total, 284 developed and 16 vacant. To date, 74 applications have been received, and our current focus is supporting property owners with their applications. And the service connections were available in September 2020. In Janvier, all required municipal infrastructure is complete. There are 98 lots, total of 54 developed and 44 vacant. One application has been received. The current focus, of course, is supporting property owners with applications. Those services were available September of 2020 as well. Gregoire Lake Estates, all required municipal infrastructure is complete. There are 84 lots in total, 83 developed and 1 vacant. The current focus is completion of construction and, of course, continue with education-based communications. And those connections will be available in June of this year. In Conklin, 80% of the required municipal infrastructure is complete. The remainder is scheduled for completion by November of 2024. There are 149 lots in total, 98 are developed and 51 are vacant. No applications have been received. Current focus is supporting property owners with applications and completion of construction and education-based communications. These services available will be completed in September of 2020, with the exception of Christina Lake Drive and Father Mercury's Trail, which will be available in November of 2024. We recently had an engagement with the Conklin Métis local, and we had a good conversation with them to go through the next steps for the connections phase, and of course we made ourselves available to all communities to do further engagement with them as we move forward. In Anzac, 95% of the required municipal infrastructure is complete. The remaining infrastructure work is scheduled for completion by August of 2022. There are 225 lots in total, 206 developed and 19 vacant. Our current focus, of course, is completion of the construction and education-based communication. And the connections will be available in June of 2022, with the exception of Gregoire Drive, which will be available in August of 2022. Our budget for capital projects for the design phase in 2022 and prior budget was for the rural infrastructure rehab design was $1,300,000. The total spent to date is $1,225,592, and the total budget to 2027 will be $1.3 million. The RWSS design 2022 and prior was $9,750,000. The total spent to date was $9,002,559, for a total budget to 2027 of $9,750,000. So the total design phase, total budget to 2027 will be $11,050,000. The construction phase, the rural infrastructure rehabilitation construction, 2022 and prior is $104,200,000. The total spent to date is $81,010,057. Our plan for 2023 to 2027 is $5,800,000. The total budget to 2027 is $110 million. The RWSS construction, 2022 and prior was $165,100,000, and the total spent to date is $142,483,647. Our 2023 to 27 plan is $15,700,000. Our total to 2027 of $180,800,000. The service connections, 2022 and prior was $4 million. Our total spent to date is $1.091 million. And our 2023 to 2027 plan is $44,830,000. Our total budget to 2027 is $48,830,000. So the total construction phase, total spent to date is $224,584,814,000. Total budget to 2027 is $339,630,000. Our grand total of our 2022 and prior budget of $284,000 or $284,350,000, and the total spend to date is $234,812,965. Our 2023 to 2027 plan is $66,330,000. The total budget to 2027 is $350,680,000. Operational maintenance, 2021 and prior was $600,000. Our 2022 is $1 million, and the plan for 23 to 27 is $14 million, for a total budget to 2027 of $15,600,000. Our funding sources and grants in 2020, we received from the Alberta Municipal Water and Wastewater Partnership $4,091,756. In 2017 to 2021, the Municipality Sustainability Initiative of $72,384,538. 2015, the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly the Gas Tax Fund, received $255,689. And other contributions, the 2018 the Fort McMurray First Nation number 468, contribution of $5 million, for a grand total of $81,731,983. Our next steps, of course, is to continue to support property owners with connection applications in Separate Creek Estates, John Bay, and the available areas in Conklin. Continue with the infrastructure completion and our education-based communications in Great Wall Lake Estates, Conklin, and Anzac. And our plan and execution, of course, will shift from the construction to our ongoing operations. In closing, the Rural Water and Sewer Servicing Program is a significant investment in the rural servicing and is a priority for the municipality. The transition from truck servicing to pipe servicing is a significant change for our rural communities. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Dennis. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just have some comments. Thank you, Dennis, for the presentation. In reviewing the council report dated September 23rd, 2014, administration recommended that council approve one of the recommendations which would allow residents to pay over 25 years and that property owners pay a fee of approximately $16,000, which is 10%. This fee will connect property owners to the new system, including a one-time installation and site restoration on private property. This information has been presented to the residents in the rural hamlets who require piped water and sewer. It is good to see that we have provincial funding which will absorb some of the costs of the project. We have received $56 million of provincial funding which has been allocated to the project as of 2018. We also received $5 million from Fort McMurray 468 First Nation. For future years, the potential provincial funding is $108 million. The cost of construction for rural water and sewer is $180 million. We've also received grant funding for over $70 million for the road rehabilitation, as outlined in a previous budget report. This funding of approximately $131 million thus far in grants is very good. I want to thank the province and other contributors. I also want to thank the RMWB taxpayers so this essential service is provided to all residents in the region. I believe this rural water and sewer project ties in nicely with the Truth and Reconciliation Report and the Amalgamation Review, which are also part of our strategic plan. As it states in the Amalgamation Review, the municipality of Wood Buffalo will work to provide similar or equivalent services to residents living in all the designated hamlets in the rural service area. Included within the project are water and sewer up to the boundaries of Fort McMurray 468 First Nation and Chippewa and Prairie Dene Nation. This is a progressive step towards truth and reconciliation in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Binjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation and thank you for the progress that you are making with these essential services. I noticed that some pages were repeated. I don't know if it was an error or supposed to be so. Pages 40 and 41 was repeated as 58 and 59. Then now, I don't know if that's supposed to be removed or if there's any reason why you have that. But what the particular interest to me is that total design phase, the 2022 and prior budget is left blank, and then the total construction phase is also left blank. Is there any, can you please clarify? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair, to Councillor Banjoko. I'm going to refer my question to our program director, program manager, Kashif Khan. Excuse me.
Good evening, Kashif Khan, program manager, through the chair to Councillor Banjoko. The page you're referring is page number 12 of the report.
Yes.
In the agenda pack.
Yes, 12 and 13. Oh, yes. Thank you. That's correct. But in our package is 40 and 41. I think this looks like a duplication, and you can just look at that later. But also the figures that were missing, the total design phase and total construction phase. I think you can fix the report later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other questions from council?
He's here to answer the question, Mayor Bowman.
Okay. Dennis?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh, thank you. So back to page, I think maybe page 12 for you, but page 40 in our package. So if you go to, you've seen the page? Okay, so if you go to total design phase, the 2022 prior budget is blank. So I don't know if the assumption is 1.3 plus 9.750. Would that be the total design phase? And for total construction phase 2, you are missing the figure there. So just if you can clarify, I don't want to assume that that's the figure there, but it's left blank. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councilor Banjoko, I see Kasha has his hand up, but it is an addition. Go ahead, Kasha.
Yes, thank you, Dennis. Kashif Khan, again, to the chair, to Councillor Bojoka. Yes, that's right. We could have populated that total design phase column to sum up 9.75 plus 1.3 million on top to make it, that's a good catch.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Councilman Jogo?
Thank you, I'm good.
Thank you. Is there any other questions from council? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Thanks for your presentation, Dennis. So moving on to unfinished business, we have the 2022 proposed sustaining grant allocation, Cano College, which was deferred from our budget meeting. I'd like to invite Deanne Berge, Director of Community Protective Services, to introduce the report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Deanne Berge. I'm the Director of Community and Protective Services. I am presenting the 2022 proposed sustaining grant request for Cano College. On February 1st, 2022, Cano College presented to Council during the budget deliberations. Council passed a motion that the 2022 sustaining grant request from Cano College be deferred until the March 8th Council meeting. The sustaining grant subsidizes registered nonprofit organizations to support programs and services that align with the goals identified by the municipality through the strategic plan. Cano College meets the eligibility of the sustaining grant guidelines as they provide programs and/or services that align with the expected deliverables of development of the arts community. The recommended motion is that a $559,615 sustaining grant be allocated to Cano College for 2022 to be funded through Emerging Issues Reserve. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Can I have someone make the motion to allocate the grant funding? Councillor Weigel?
I move that the $559,615 sustaining grant be allocated to Cano College for 2022 to be funded through the Emerging Issues Reserve.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Ball?
I second that motion.
Thank you. Do we have any delegates for this item?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have a number of delegates registered for this item. So we'll start with our first delegates, Jay Note and Frederick Russell with the Cano College. Please come forward and make your presentation to council. You'll have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me? All right.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council, and for the opportunity for us to present to you today. And who I have with me actually is Alan Roberts, who's our Director of the Theatre and Arts at Keyano College. Fred Russell is in the audience if we do need him based on questions that might be coming our way. And I understand we also have some community partners and supporters here in the audience as well that will present. So really what I'm going to focus on in the 5 minutes is slide 5 in the previous presentation that we provided. And, you know, instead of having to put it up there, really it just focuses on the actual budget of the theater. And really it's about the theater activity for 2022, which is specifically aligned and directly relevant to the grant request that we're bringing forward to Council. So on the revenue side, what you see there is approximately $823,000 that we are projecting in 2022 through expected ticket sales, rentals, concessions, and so forth. And ticket sales and rentals represent about approximately 70% of that $800,000. On the expense side, you're seeing $1.38 million approximately, and that's really our salaries and our benefits and our contract services that we have for artists and so forth, which represents about 77% of the total cost of the $1.3 million. So our ask is really recognizing that there's a shortfall between how much revenue that we're projecting and the total cost that we're anticipating and the expenses that we're anticipating for 2022, and that's where the $615 comes from, which represents 40% of our expenses. So I want to make some points of clarity since February 1st. We're very aware that the RMWB grant is restricted to salaries and artist service contracts. That's exactly what this money is going to be used for. And that's represented in slide 6 of the presentation. The other piece, or there were a number of questions about, the expenses and how these dollars were spent. And the request that we're making today is very similar to previous year's requests. And the questions regarding the expenses are actually articulated in the grant accountability reports that we provide to administration in the first 6 months and then at the end of the year when the grant year is over. So I would encourage Council to look at those reports because each time we've submitted those, there have been no questions and there have been no follow-up requests about what we had submitted. Another comment that was made that I need to make sure that we're very clear on is that there were comments made about COVID-19 and CERB and that the federal government made CERB available to individuals and businesses. To be clear, the college and the theater are not eligible for CERB because we are a post-secondary institution, we are a public entity, and we are considered part of the government of Alberta. So I just wanted to bring those points forward. To further state, we are a community-based arts center, and we also are currently home to the Arts Council of Wood Buffalo, the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo, and the Generation Dance Studio and other major dance organizations and musical artists. So our campus is home to outstanding facilities for the purpose of providing arts and culture within our region. Even with the limitations that are placed on us, we have consistently taken a community-based approach to provide these services. We play a key role in the community on this regard, and we are seeking support from Council to continue to provide the services as in previous years based on our ask of $559,000 for 2022. Getting municipality support for theater operations is not unique in Alberta. The cities of Medicine Hat, Canmore, Fort Saskatchewan, and St. Albert either all own and operate their respective community theaters or provide financial support in some manner. So what we're requesting is continued support from Council for our community-based theater in 2022, which is in line with support from councils in previous years. And it is consistent with some municipalities across the province that do support theater activity within their respective communities. So With that, I open it up to questions and comments.
Thank you, Jay. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, to the chair. I happened to visit the project today, and because I feel wherever the public money is spent, we should monitor it, we should see its utility. And it was a very amazing moments for me, very happy moments for me to see the entire, what all is to be used in a perfect shape, very clean and very professionally maintained. So this is a community-based project. We must support it. And the idea which I had it that probably college supports this, but you know, today these two gentlemen made it very clear to me that college funds are different. It has to be supported by the municipality or locally, what all the income is there. So the money which is demanded by the gentleman is very genuine and should be approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions from council? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation and discussing other municipalities who also support community theaters. We received many letters of support for this grant for our community at the Kiana College. We need to keep arts and culture alive in our region, and we can do this by supporting our community theater. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Brunjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you, Kiano team, for the presentation and all the documents submitted. Thank you. And just like Councillor Jane said, there has been a lot of letters and people reaching out because the community values what the value that you are adding to us. I've been there myself to attend various occasions and sometimes even for churches. So certainly we would like to keep the place open. I just have a question regarding your financial statement. I was looking at that. So currently, the past year, are you in deficit of about 500,000 or? Your financial statement, are you in deficit of some fund?
Okay, so just for clarity, are we talking about the deficit for the theater, or are you talking about the college itself?
For the theater. I just want to clarify if you have anything like that. And I see the report and I see the Thank you. So the figures in bracket are the deficit. So, and I see some deficit, if you could clarify.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, the number that's showing the deficit is actually the amount of money that we're actually requesting as the subsidy from the municipality. It is the extra funds that we require to meet the difference between our expenses and our revenue.
Okay, okay. Thank you. So that's the shortfall, but yeah, okay. Now right. I got it, and I fully support supporting Kiana College. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brunjoko. Are there any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. So again, thank you, Jay. Thank you, Alan, for your presentation. We had a good chat since the budget, so I think we're in full support. So we'll hear from the other delegates now. Thank you.
Our next delegate this evening is Jenny Price. You may come forward and make your 5-minute presentation to council when you're ready.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak to you today in support of Keano College receiving in full the requested sustaining grant funding for the Keano Theatre and Arts Centre. My name is Jenny Price, and I am North Region Director and Vice President of the Alberta Drama Festival Association. I have also been asked to represent Swamp Rat Experience, a local independent theatre company. The founders and artistic leaders of the independent theatre company Swamp Rat Experience are unable to attend today's council meeting due to rehearsal at Keano Theatre and Arts Centre. Their first show opens this weekend, something which is only possible thanks to the ongoing partnership with Keano Theatre. Keano Theatre has been crucial to the development and continuation of performing arts in Wood Buffalo for the past 40 years. As an independent theatre company, their support is essential. They provide rehearsal and performance space, which our community severely lacks, access to their extensive costume, props, and set storage, and assistance by their knowledgeable staff. If Keano Theatre loses its funding and therefore its ability to support small independent theatre organizations and artists, Wood Buffalo's theatre community would all but cease to operate. Funding Keano Theatre means supporting our theatre community as a whole. Swamp Rat Experience is in support of Keano College receiving in full the requested sustaining grant funding for the Keano Theatre and Arts Centre, preferably for consecutive years. I would add that the Alberta Drama Festival Association relies heavily on our partnership with Keano Theatre to produce our annual one-act festival. What often goes unrecognized is that Keano Theatre and Arts Centre provides facility bookings to many community groups and schools at a discounted rate, making it possible for these groups to produce their festivals, productions, Christmas concerts, dance shows, and more, while still allowing for accessible ticket costs. Finally, on a personal note, the local theatre community plays a huge role in my quality of life here in this community. There are many personal reasons in my family's life that have caused us to seriously consider leaving the RMWB. Always, my biggest hesitation in making the decision to leave relates to not wanting to leave the theatre community that I have been a part of for most of my life. I know that the RMWB recognizes the value of the arts in the lives of its citizens, as evidenced by the inclusion of arts and culture in the municipality's strategic plan. Keano Theatre and Arts Centre is a keystone facility in our arts community. Grant dollars put towards the functioning of this facility pay the community as a whole back in a multitude of ways. Furthermore, I also hope that Council would consider multi-year funding so that Keano Theatre can look for opportunities to grow and thrive rather than just survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor Weigel?
Thanks, Jenny. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. What I truly appreciate is just the personal note on the side. We all have grown to love the RMWB for many different ways, and I, even on a personal note, with 4 kids in hockey, I know that we talk a lot about sports, but I do put the arts in that same category as where they can grow and learn and become a part of a community. When we talk about times of mental health and having those people supporting around you. I know many people within my work and areas real highly rely on the arts program to be that community and to help grow them. So I appreciate the personal note on your presentation, as I think it goes a long way.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are there any more questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Jenny. Thanks for the presentation.
Our next delegates this evening is Dave Boudelier and Leanna Wielden, representing the Arts Council Wood Buffalo and Multicultural Association. When you're situated, please go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes to make your submission to Council.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Administration. Thank you for having us here this evening. My name is Dave Boudelier. I am the Chair of Arts Council Wood Buffalo, an avid theatre performer, and as well as a performance artist here in town. With me is Leanna Wielden, our Executive Director. Just to keep me on script, she's prepared a wonderful letter which she has asked me to read specifically. That is co-authored actually by both the Arts Council Wood Buffalo and the Multicultural Association. So, Arts Council Wood Buffalo and the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo are here today to express our support for Keano Theatre and Arts Centre and the invaluable service it provides to residents of the Wood Buffalo region. Gano Theatre and Arts Centre is seeking $559,615 in sustaining grant funds from the municipality to support community theatre, live concert series, multicultural programming, and providing affordable access to studio spaces for community users. Gano Theatre and Arts Centre has played an integral role in establishing and maintaining theatre and the performing arts in our region, not only as a producer of community theatre, but as a supporter of other arts organizations, as a partner, and as an arts champion. Despite the cuts to arts programming within the college itself, Gano Theatre continued to provide our community with a variety of showcase performances from classical, rock, ballet, to family-oriented performances, holiday performances, and more. They provide an outlet for the theatre artists in our region, budding artists, too professionally trained as well. With their in-house productions, providing learning opportunities from auditioning to performing to the behind-the-scenes technical aspects of theatre. Without this asset in our region, we are left with an enormous gap in arts infrastructure and education. Gano Theatre and Arts Centre is an important element for attracting both revenue and tourism, while offering an opportunity for visiting artists to take the message of Fort McMurray well beyond the borders of our region. Arts Council Wood Buffalo has partnered with Gano Theatre and Arts Centre on many initiatives, including Arts Match, connecting artists and venues for collaboration opportunities, the Artist in Residency program, allowing professional artists to practice their craft while offering mentorship to residents of our region that is otherwise unavailable, and housing, our offices, connecting both our organizations and even more closely with the arts and community at large. During the pandemic, Arts Council Wood Buffalo was able to continue offering its programs such as Artist in Residency virtually with the support of the Centre. During the filming of the Wood Buffalo Excellence in Arts Awards, Gano Theatre and Arts Centre rearranged their entire work schedule to provide to provide their production manager to Suncor Energy Centre for the Performing Arts when SECPA's technician was unavailable due to contracting the coronavirus. That a separate venue would step in to support another without hesitation speaks to the community commitment of the team at Gano Theatre and Arts Centre. The Multicultural Association also maintains offices at KTAC and offers its financial literacy for newcomers, notary services, and other community workshops from the Centre. MCA's incredibly popular Multicultural Expo was able to be seen during the pandemic thanks to the support from Gano Theatre, and theatre staff were responsible for securing funding through a Heritage Canada grant. During the pandemic, Gano Theatre also provided socially distanced spaces for the continuation of key MCA programming, a successful paradigm that saw zero COVID transmissions during MCA programming. As advocates for a thriving arts and culture community in the Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo region, Arts Council and the Multicultural Association would be remiss not to express our support for such a vital community asset. Thank you for your time and consideration. Arts Council Wood Buffalo Board of Directors and the Multicultural Association of Wood Buffalo Board of Directors.
Thank you. That's
It's the first time I've ever been on time.
You were ahead of time, actually. I thought you were going to add more, Dave.
I've got a type 5 if you want me to go.
I can imagine you can. Any council have any questions? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I just have some comments. Residents are aware that we have many great recreational facilities in our region, and we are sought after to run such events as Arctic Winter Games or Western Canada Games. We need to give the same opportunity to the arts and culture in our region. We do not have the venues in our region to be popular to run arts and culture events similar to our recreational components in our region. We must do better. As a report from administration explains, that Gano College meets the eligibility for sustaining grant funding as they provide programs or services that align with the expected deliverables outlined in the sustaining grant guidelines, development of the arts community. Thank you. And thank you for your presentation, Dave and Leanne.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you for the presentation, and always a performer.
Always. Thank you very much.
Our next delegate this evening is Sherry Donovan with Suncor Energy Center for the Performing Arts at Holy Trinity Catholic High School. Sherry, when you're seated, you can go ahead and press your microphone button, and please proceed when you're ready.
That work? Good evening, Mayor and Council and Administration. My name is Sherry Donovan, and I'm the General Manager of the Suncor Energy Centre for the Performing Arts. I had the pleasure of spending the afternoon with a few of you during our recent Arts and Culture Infrastructure Tour, and I'm happy to see you again today. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of our friends and colleagues at Keano Theatre and Arts Centre. I would like to provide both a professional and personal rationale for supporting their funding request. The Suncor Energy Centre for the Performing Arts, SECPA, considers Keano Theatre and Arts Centre to be an instrumental ally and partner. Over the years, we've had numerous opportunities to collaborate, not only on community projects, but also through shared resources and shared venue space. Keano Theatre and Arts Centre has even gone so far as to literally save the day for us. In September of 2019, we were hosting the Banff Mountain Film Festival, and our projector, which survived the 2016 wildfire, decided that this was the opportune time to discontinue working, of course, during the production. With only one call to our friends at Keano, we were able to shift our entire operation to the recital theatre, much to the amazement of both our client and the film festival attendees. Keano Theatre and Arts Centre, along with all the arts and culture organizations in this community, definitely have a spirit of we're in this together, and I not only think this should be recognized and commended, but absolutely celebrated. As Dave and Leanna mentioned, in October of 2021, our in-house theatre technician became ill during Arts Council's Wood Buffalo signature event, the Wood Buffalo Excellent in Arts Awards, which were being hosted and live streamed at SECPA. The entire production would have been severely compromised if not for Keano Theatre and Arts Centre stepping in without hesitation to support us and Arts Council Wood Buffalo with one of their own technicians, staging, and other necessary equipment to run the event. This show of solidarity to support the arts in the Wood Buffalo region is a true testament to the commitment of Keano Theatre and Arts Centre to ensure that arts remains alive and our community continues to be vibrant and healthy. Most importantly, it shows the value of having a range of art facilities in our region, not to compete with each other, but to ensure we are providing a breadth of services to the people who live here, work here, and call Wood Buffalo home. As a member of this community, I truly hope everyone from Council was able to take in Keano Theatre and Arts Centre's recent production of Mary Poppins. My entire family attended the show, much to the delight of our daughter. I think we can all appreciate that it has been a very hard few years, especially the last two with COVID-19. Any opportunity to find joy, I think we all embraced it wholeheartedly. For myself and my family, time spent in the theater that day allowed us to forget life outside for a moment and simply get swept away by the magic of the story. All around us, children were squealing with delight and the audience was singing along to the songs. I couldn't imagine a community without such an experience. The theater provides so many levels of opportunity, including promoting volunteerism, allowing artists to work on world-class caliber performances, and giving our student population hands-on experience that can translate into future career opportunities. Students not only act in these productions, but learn sound, lighting, wardrobe, stage management, and management, skills that can open a whole new world of opportunity for them. After the show, I was told that a student was even involved in helping fly Mary and Bert during the Mary Poppins production. This is a technically advanced maneuver, and wow, what an incredible opportunity for a high school student that could potentially spark a desire to work in the technical world of theater. I provide these to you as concrete examples of what makes community, what keeps people wanting to live here, and what attracts new people to want to move here. Wood Buffalo is a community of opportunity, and without theater, I can confidently say that a true void would be felt by many, myself included. Keano Theatre and Arts Centre has played a huge role in establishing and maintaining theater and the performing arts in our region, not only as a producer of community theater, but as a supporter of other arts organizations, a partner, and an arts champion. I sit in front of you today as an advocate for a thriving arts and culture community in the Wood Buffalo region, and I wholeheartedly support Keano Theatre and Arts Centre's application for funding. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Sherry. Do you have any questions from Council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for your presentation, Sherry, and I just want to thank you for when Council went on tour and you showed us all the components where you work. I really appreciate that. And I didn't realize how many little dancers we had in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any other questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Sherry.
Our final delegate for this matter tonight is Leanne Kumka with the Fort McMurray Aurora dancers. Leanne's joining us tonight via Microsoft Teams. Leanne, when you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make your submission to council. Please proceed when you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Leanne Kumka, and I'm the president of the Fort McMurray Ukrainian Cultural Society. We operate the Aurora Ukrainian Dancers, and tonight I'm actually at the theater because it's our night to do dance. So I'm here at the theater. We have been in the community since 1979. We started with 12 dancers, and now we have over 43 dancers aged 4 to adult. We are a registered society, and we're run by volunteers. Our main goal is to share Ukrainian culture, and we do that through food, teaching each other how to prepare traditional cultural food, art, doing things like paseka egg decorating, and of course dance. With our group, we started in many of the school gyms, and that was fantastic for getting our group up and running. About 4 years ago, we switched over to piano. One of our instructors basically said to us to be able to progress our dancers and have them really provide a better level of dance, they need to move into a professional space. At the theater here, we come Tuesdays and Saturdays. They provide a professional space with mirrors, sprung floors, and bars on the walls. A number of things that this allows us to do is we can run multiple classes at the same time, which means siblings can be in classes at the same time, which helps with our community. We have also used the theater spaces here, the rehearsal space, the full theater. And Kiano has really helped us move from a practicing arts group but into a professional performing arts group. They provide us with affordable spaces that really help us build our community. Over the last 2 years, the staff here have been fantastic. As we all know, we've had to pivot at a moment's notice and change what we're doing. And they were always working with us to be able to keep our dancers dancing as much as we possibly could with meeting the guidelines for public health. And I just wanted to show you a little bit of what we do here, even in the community. So and along one of the walls here, I don't know if you can kind of see, but they allow us to showcase some of our culture. So we will often update the wall with different themes. So sometimes, over Easter last year, we couldn't gather together as a group, but we did a coloring contest. So the kids got to do some coloring pages, and they got to put them up on the wall and share with everyone. And then, in the theater here, I guess I wanted to show these are some of our dancers that are here tonight. And for them, it just makes a huge difference with a professional studio, mirrors, a bar, and really it's elevated their level of dance. So I just wanted to say that Kiano is really a fantastic base for us to be able to build our community, connect with other people in our community. We often have people that have come from other places in the country, other regions. We have people that have come directly from Ukraine, and it's a great way to really connect and offer us a space. As a volunteer organization, we don't have the funds to be able to have our own space, and it's really great to be able to come here on Tuesdays and have a home and a place to really connect with our community and also the arts community. So in conclusion, I just wanted to say that the Fort McMurray Ukrainian Cultural Society really strongly encourages you to provide the funding and help community organizations like ourselves continue to provide excellent services and art for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Leanne. Do we have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any, so thank you very much for your presentation, Leanne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. That concludes the delegates for this item.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from council before before we go into voting? I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry, Councilor Grandison, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. I had to wave because apparently the hand of my Teams is not working. My only, I didn't want to chime in on every one of the presenters just to be expedient, but just wanted to take a moment to thank them all for their passion and commitment to the arts in our community and its value for all of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. So I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now the public hearing for... Now I hereby declare the public hearing open. A public hearing is a legislative process, and in making a decision on the proposed recommendation, council can only consider information received through the hearing. I'd like to invite Brad McMurdo, Director of Planning and Development, to provide an introduction and opening statement.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Brad McMurdo, and I'm the Director of Planning and Development. Tonight I'm presenting a report on the potential lease renewal of municipal reserve land, namely Lot 7R, Block 23, Plan 315 TR, with the Tar Sands Lion Club. The Tar Sands Lions Club is a registered nonprofit organization who leased the subject property since January 1st, 1979. And they've utilized the property as a public park commonly referred to as Lions Park. The club has maintained a clubhouse, which has been on the property since 1985, a small garage, and also a fire pit area. The last lease between the municipality and the club lapsed on August 31st, 1998, and in 2004, Council did approve a new lease, but it was not executed. As a result, the club has been in a month-to-month or overhold tenancy under the overhold clause within the lease since 1998, subject to all the conditions of the lease agreement, except as to the duration and the terms pertaining to the maintenance of the park. More recently, Land Administration has been working with the club to finalize a new lease. On February 8th, 2022, Council directed Administration to advertise the disposition of a portion of municipal reserve parcel. The Lions Club operates as a nonprofit organization, and since the commencement of their tenancy in 1979, the club has contributed to the community immensely, specifically through revenues raised from park fees, clubhouse rentals, which have helped many organizations, including, but not limited to, the Wood Buffalo Food Bank Association, Fort McMurray SPCA, the school breakfast programs, Unity House, and the Northern Lights Health Foundation, to name but a few. Section 70 of the Municipal Government Act requires that the disposition of interest in land for less than fair market value.
Sorry, Brad, if you could just pause for a second. Councillor Dogar has left the room. We want to have him here for a public hearing. Please pause for 1 minute.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you, Brad. Councillor Dogar's returned. We can continue.
Thank you. I'll begin at the where I left off, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. As I was mentioning, Section 70 of the Municipal Government Act requires that the disposition of interest in land for less than fair market value or land used for park purposes be advertised. The Tar Sands Lions Club are a nonprofit organization and defined in Section 241, subsection F of the Municipal Government Act. And as this request is for nominal fee, council approval is required. Administration recommends that the matter of an existing overholding land lease between the club and the municipality, encompassing a portion of the reserve parcel, be addressed by entering into a new lease agreement for a further term of 5 years, commencing on January 1st, 2022. This agreement would include an option to renew for 3 consecutive 5-year terms thereafter for a nominal fee of $1 per year, with the lessee being responsible for all costs associated with utilities, insurance, and the necessary maintenance and repair of all tenant improvements. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Brad. Do we have any written submissions?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Confirming for the record, we have received no written submissions for this public hearing.
Do we have anyone registered to make a verbal submission?
No, we have no registered verbal submissions either.
Are there any further questions of council? As a reminder, the hearing is closed. No further questions or information gathering can occur. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Brad, you mentioned that it was not executed. What was the reasoning behind that?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, there's a number of reasons, both I would say on the municipality's end, but also on the Lions Club side. Specifically with respect to the municipality, there was a need at the time for transportation improvements or enhancements, which impacted the ability to execute a portion of the lease. There were, I guess, questions around sign off, specifically around a roundabout by King Street. So until that work was executed and there was an understanding of how to proceed, the municipality wasn't in a position to sign off on the final lease or execute the lease. Likewise, there was delays from the Lions Club perspective with respect to who was going to maintain the facility and things of that nature. So kind of a mutual, I'll say perhaps breakdown back in 2004. But certainly the Lions Club is interested in having a new lease as of 2022. And that's the conversation that Land Administration has picked up with them.
Thank you, Brad.
Do you have any other questions from council? So I'll now declare the public hearing closed. And coming out of the public hearing, we now have the report of the Tar Sands Club lease renewal for council consideration. Can someone make the motion to proceed with the new lease? Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration be authorized to proceed with the renewal of a lease between the Tar Sands Lions Club, the club, and the municipality, currently in overhold and encompassing an area within Lot 7R, Block 23, Plan 315 TR. Subject lease to be renewed for a further term of 5 years, commencing on January 1st, 2022, with the option of a renewal for 3 consecutive 5-year terms thereafter for a nominal fee of $1.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Can someone second the motion? Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I second that motion.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And Councillor McGrath. Are you on the line there, Councillor McGrath? Just calling for a vote again, everyone. All in favor? Councillor Dogar? Okay. And anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to new business. We have the 2022 capital budget amendments. I'd like to invite Linda Olivier, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce her report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Linda Olivier, Chief Finance Officer. Administration is submitting one capital budget amendment for your consideration and approval. Council is the approving authority for the capital budget as per the provisions of the Fiscal Responsibility Policy, FIN 160. This amendment will result in a net increase to the capital budget and plan in the amount of $40,000. Funds will be drawn from the Capital Infrastructure Reserve. The amendment is seeking additional funding for an existing capital project. The project is for the installation of sensory-friendly playground structures at the Christina Gordon Public School. Fundraising by the school commenced whereby $92,000 was raised towards the purchase and installation of this equipment. At the February 23, 2021 Council meeting, a motion was approved allocating up to $60,000 to fund any potential shortfall for this project. Since that time, equipment and material prices have increased substantially, and the shortfall is more than the approved $60,000. The overall shortfall is $100,000. An additional $40,000 is required to award the contract and proceed with the project. Administration is recommending that the 2022 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1, 2022 capital budget amendment new and cancel projects net impact dated March 8, 2022 be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized in attachment 2, 2022 capital budget amendment new and cancelled projects cash flow summary dated March 8, 2022 be approved. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Linda. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the 2022 capital budget amendment as summarized on attachment 1 in brackets 2022 capital budget amendment new and cancel projects dated March 8, 2022 out of brackets be approved, and that the revised cash flow of capital projects as summarized on attachment 2 in brackets 2022 capital budget amendment new and cancel projects cash flow summary dated March 8, 2022 out of brackets be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Can I have someone second the motion? Councillor Weigel?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Do we have any delegates for this item?
No, we have no delegates for this item.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council? Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Linda. This will probably be a question more for Keith. I don't know if he's online with us tonight. I'm a little curious about the breakdown on this project. I'm kind of familiar with this type of work, and it seems that it's gone from basically 92,000 to 192,000. And I'm trying to understand how it got there. Usually these types of projects are done based on a submission on the value of the playground, not the type of equipment. So I'm just curious what the plan was, and has this been already tendered, or where are we at?
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, that is correct. I will refer to my colleague, Keith Smith.
Excellent. Thank you, Linda, and through this chair to Councillor Ball. If you recall, this came through as a notice of motion in which the Christina Gordon Parent Association raised $92,000. And at that time, they had a budget estimate of $152,000, and they asked council for an additional $60,000. Now, this was an estimate that was brought forward in March of 2021. Now, since that time, we have transferred the money over to the municipality for a total of $152,000. We went through our process, went through the bidding process, and what happened is that there's an increase now of approximately $40,000. That increase is due to an increase in material and an increase in equipment, but also at the same time, it's also to bring different standards that we as a municipality would include. First of all, would be the original budget estimate included weeping tile. We would include a drainage system into the catch basin. The second being weir mats, as you are aware of, the for slides and for swings, and the third being as-built. So that's the rationale for the additional percentage of money, the additional 40,000.
So there's a slight adjustment to the scope of work as well to accommodate that $40,000.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, yes, those three items as I discussed, drainage, wear mats, and also as-built.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ball. Is there any other questions from council? Not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Any opposed? I'm seeing none, so that's carried unanimously. Thank you, Linda and Keith. Moving on to the next item, we'll call for Wood Buffalo Housing Development Incorporation repayment. I'd like to again invite Linda Olivier, Chief Financial Officer, to introduce the report.
2 hours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And for the record, my name is Linda Olivier, Chief Finance Officer. Wood Buffalo Housing and Development Corporation is a controlled corporation as per Section 75.1 of the Municipal Government Act, the MGA, set up by the municipality in 2001 to provide a number of affordable housing programs. Wood Buffalo Housing has been experiencing operating and cash flow deficits since 2016. Factors that have contributed to these deficits is a 19% decline in rental revenues combined with a 26% decrease in overall rental rates and high vacancy rates in the affordable housing programs. These reduced revenues are not sufficient to cover annual expense obligations. Initiatives have been undertaken to reduce costs. Overhead costs have been reduced significantly through the elimination of discretionary spending. Staff restructuring has resulted in a net reduction of $4.7 million from 2014 to 2020. Fixed costs, which includes utilities, property taxes, insurance, and debt servicing, comprise of more than 40% of the overall cost. To offset these fixed costs, a fixed rate for utilities was negotiated, and the deductible on the insurance was increased. And in 2018, provincial grant funding was used to pay down a $19.6 million long-term debt, therefore reducing some of the debt servicing costs. Annual debt servicing costs still remain one of the major fixed costs at approximately $5 million annually. As of December 31st, 2021, Wood Buffalo Housing has long-term debt of $57.8 million. Interest rates for these mortgages range from 1.75 to 3.44%. By eliminating the debt servicing payments, it would allow Wood Buffalo Housing the needed funds to continue operations and modify and/or renovate properties to better serve the changing demographics and larger families. In addition, continue with life cycle initiatives to ensure the continued viability of the assets and continue with their work in the rural communities. Administration is recommending that the outstanding mortgages of Wood Buffalo Housing and Development Corporation in the total of $57,848,441 be paid in full using uncommitted funds for the Emerging Issues Reserve. Thank you, and that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Linda. Can I have someone make, we're going to, prior to the motion, we're going to hear from all the delegates first. Do we have any delegates to this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have two delegates for this matter. We have our first delegate, Henry Hunter with Wood Buffalo Housing and Development Corporation. Henry, when you get situated at the desk, please go ahead and you'll have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Center. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council and Administration. My name is Henry Hunter, and I'm the President and CEO of Wood Buffalo Housing. I'd like to begin by offering my regards on behalf of our Chair, Mr. Alan Kalal, who wanted to be here for this presentation. Unfortunately, he had a prior commitment from his day job and is currently attending the board committee meeting for the Public School Board. On behalf of the entire board of Wood Buffalo Housing, I'd like to thank you for taking the opportunity to consider this request. Your decision of whether to fund our request to pay down the mortgages is pivotal to our organisation. The reason we are in this situation is because our properties were built using mortgages to fund the construction costs, which at the time were very high, but rental rates were also high and our buildings were full. In 2014, a two-bedroom apartment was renting for over $2,000 a month. Today we are averaging around $1,300 a month for the same unit, and our vacancies continue to hover around 20%. Because of this, Wood Buffalo Housing has spent the last 6 years focused on getting back to a position of financial sustainability. Following the economic downturn and the 2016 wildfire, rental rates in the region have decreased by more than 30%, while our vacancy peaked at 37%. We did manage to get down to 17% at the start of 2020, but then we were hit with the global pandemic and spring flood, all of which significantly impacted our tenants. While we know we will never be able to control Mother Nature or the economy, management has undertaken significant efforts to reduce the cost it could control. Some of the main initiatives include: we undertook a complete organisational restructuring resulting in a net reduction in staffing costs from $11.2 million to $6.5 million. In 2019, we implemented a new business operating model, which also allowed us to focus on efficiency and customer services for our tenants. We reduced our overhead costs by 58% by improving planning, procurement, and eliminating in-house IT and discretionary spending. In 2018, with provincial approval, we were able to use provincial future capital grant funding to pay down 19.6 of long-term debt, reducing our annual debt service payments by approximately $1.4 million. We have also worked on improving a community awareness of our programs to dispel the perception that our properties are low-income housing only and let folks know that they are open to anyone in the community. There is a lot of confusion about the difference between programs, what is funded and what is not, and where we have a wait list and where we don't. In an effort to clarify, 90% of our properties fall under the Affordable Housing Programme, which is not operationally funded. This is where we have a 20% vacancy. We are also mandated to keep the rental rates at 10% below market. Then we have our community housing properties and seniors housing, which is funded by the province. Tenants pay 30% of their income towards rent, and the province pays the rest. When you hear about people applying for Wood Buffalo Housing and being told there is a wait list, it is because they are applying for subsidised housing, which we do not have enough of to meet the demands in our community. And we have been lobbying the province for years to convert affordable housing into community housing. And finally, we have a rent supplement programme, which is also a subsidy, and we have a wait list for that as well. Despite these important efforts, we are still experiencing deficits and continue to look for opportunities to increase revenue and control costs. Unfortunately, as soon as we identify savings, these were being offset by increased costs such as utilities, including carbon tax and insurance. Insurance premiums have increased by 79% with reduced coverage and an increased deductible. Fixed costs, including debt service, make up more than 50% of our total costs, and it's clear that mortgage interest rates are rising. We cut all the costs that we have control over, and further cuts will significantly impact the operations of the corporation and service delivery. Our current rental revenue does not cover our annual obligations, and it looks like economic recovery and growth will take some time to improve. This is not financially sustainable. Nevertheless, this remains our goal. Your approval of this request to pay down the remainder of our mortgages would allow us to achieve that. If you approve this request, we would eliminate $5 million debt service payments each year, and Wood Buffalo Housing would return to financial sustainability. It would also allow us to improve our service delivery. With the help from the regional municipality, the debt service savings would enable Wood Buffalo Housing to remain operationally arm's length and we will not need to request ongoing funding from the municipality. It would also allow us to complete and not defer required maintenance and allow us to top up our capital maintenance replacement reserves. We would be able to consider opportunities to make changes to our properties to serve the changing demographics and larger families. Our properties were specifically built for individuals and couples during the boom in an effort to meet the projected population at that time of 230,000. We know we are nowhere near that projection, and now we are seeing an increase in need for larger families. And we could further our work through the memorandums of understanding.
So I'll stop you there. We're at exceeded the 5 minutes there. I did give you extra, the same as Chief Adam has, to be fair. But we'll just open the floor to questions from our council.
No problem.
Thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Good evening, Henry. Thank you for your presentation. In your report, you mentioned that Wood Buffalo Housing will further their work on affordable housing in the rural. Can you please clarify what work Wood Buffalo Housing plans on doing in the rural specific to Ward 4?
We will continue to work with the folks in the communities of Conklin and Janvier to further their housing. We are working with them for the past 5-6 years, and that's what we will continue to do. We continue to lobby the province for social housing for those communities, which is badly needed. We have community housing we have 2 units of community housing in Fort Chippewa and 1 in Anzac. But the rest of the communities don't have it. It's all affordable housing that we provide down there, and that's difficult.
So I think you answered my next question. Is there any social housing in the rural communities?
There's social housing, and there's 2 units in Fort Chippewa and 1 in Anzac. There's none in any of the other communities. That's been something that we've been advocating for some time with the provincial government. It was really identified as a need in our. You were present when we had presented the needs assessment that was done in 2000. I think it was presented 2019, and that clearly identified the number of units that had to be supplied or that was needed in the rural community, all the rural communities.
So how much social housing is there in Fort McMurray?
There's 48 units in Fort McMurray. 48. And again, that's significantly lower than other communities of our size. Again, that's another thing we've been pushing the provincial government for to supply more of.
So it's my understanding that Wood Buffalo Housing has also given monies from the province for rural housing. How is that dispersed?
We are not given money for rural housing from the province.
So
the only thing that's provided, we have received funding for the program, which is the rent supplement program, and the rent supplement program, we use that right across the region. So if people meet the criteria in the rural communities, then they get that help through that.
Okay, so there's homes on Poplar Crescent in Conklin that, from what Mayor Bowman and I observed, they're in very poor shape. I was talking to a resident in Conklin, and he asked if these homes had been checked for mold. The reason being is his Musham visits one of these homes and it's not well after the visit. Has Wood Buffalo Housing checked for mold on Poplar Crescent in the homes in Conklin?
Specifically, I don't think that we've had a program to check for mold, but we do conduct maintenance, and if somebody has reported that, we would have went down to look at it.
Okay. And can you please clarify what method is used by Wood Buffalo Housing to collect rental payments throughout the region? Is there a considerable loss in this area?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
So I'm just asking, so Wood Buffalo Housing has to collect rental payments. Is there a certain percentage that are uncollectible?
We always have a certain amount of uncollectible, not just the rural communities. We have it across the urban centre as well. But we try to collect it. We offer opportunities for folks to enter into rental agreements where they can catch up if they've fallen behind, and we do that across the community. That's not just specific to the rural communities.
Yes, I'd like to thank the local Salvation Army and the Métis Nation of Alberta for assisting residents in Conklin in regards to ensuring their house payments are up to date. I just have a few more comments. If Wood Buffalo Housing is requesting funding from the municipality to pay down debt, it should free up funding. What Wood Buffalo Housing have funds to hire a worker and office space in the Conklin multiplex?
We would like to hire someone local, and we've tried for a number of years to try to hire someone local. We will continue to do that because it would make a big difference to our service delivery in that community if we had someone local. But it has been difficult. It's been very difficult to find someone.
Yes, because I've had a member of one of the communities there speak that, you know, it sounds like they're going to need to volunteer their time, and I think in fairness there should be a paid worker so that there could be more transparency and communication with Wood Buffalo Housing, similar to what Fort Chippewa has. And the other question is, with this funding, is there going to be water and sewer hooked up to the homes in Conklin?
Well, as soon as the hookup was ready, we were going to work with the municipality to do that. We had already been discussing that previously with the COO, and we were in process of making that happen because he was kindly helping us out with the cost.
Okay, that's good. I know that there's a number, you know, of homes in all the areas in the rural, and to get hooked up to water and sewer as an essential service is important.
And we would like to see it hooked up as well, because the likes of the pumps and the septic system are high maintenance.
That's right. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I have a few questions for you as well. So the mortgage owned is 57.8 million, and you're asking for the entire amount to be paid off on behalf of Wood Buffalo?
Yes.
I don't get it. Most of us in Fort McMurray are on the hook for mortgages. And what was the plan for the Wood Buffalo housing? So if RMWB doesn't pay the 100% mortgage owned, what's the fallback position? Everybody would love to have their mortgages paid off.
So the fallback position would be that we would continue to operate at a deficit until we run out of reserves. And then at that point in time, we would come back to the regional municipality, probably with a request for operating funds. And, you know, to continue to pay our deficit, to pay our mortgages at the moment, we would have to delve into our reserves and defer maintenance. That's probably the first thing that would happen, is we defer our maintenance, and all that does is push it off to later on down the road, and you pay twice as much later on.
That's not really a very good response, especially for taxpayers who are listening. I think it's not the most efficient, or you are not being held accountable if the plan is for RMWB to build the Wood Buffalo housing out. Taxpayers are all complaining about it doesn't really make, it's not the best way to present the organization. I don't see how we can justify so much being owed, and the houses are poorly maintained from what you said. And then lots of people are on the waiting list. Now you clarified that most of the people on the waiting list are waiting for subsidized housing. But it all just doesn't add up so much when you have 20% vacancy, and then you're asking for funding, and at the same time lots of people are waiting for rent. So I don't know, maybe even if you get the funding, I believe there's need to go back to the drawing board and look at how it's operated, how you operate. And I would like you to respond to a few of my comments.
Wood Buffalo Housing has, for the past 6 years, done everything it possibly can to get rid of the deficit that we're in. And we're at the point where we know that we cannot cut any more. If we cut any more, we will not be able to provide the service. That's the reason that we're coming to ask. We can continue to operate, but again, as I said, we would dip into our reserves, which is primarily there for to maintain our properties. And I also like to comment that our properties are not poorly maintained. Our properties are very well maintained. We do have some issues in the rural communities, particularly in Conklin, where we have seen a lot of vandalism. But that's the only area that we really have a problem.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then, so my final question will be, so it's all or nothing?
Oh, any help would be good.
Thank you, because even if it's 50%, I think that would be cut down the interest rates and everything, and then you could work towards how to maintain the place and get more people into the houses. That's just one. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, to the chair. Good, sir. It is a very good presentation. I want to ask one question. It's the resident asked me, and I'm passing out to you. What about the audit, forensic audit? Have you carried it out, or you're going to carry it out?
I don't know anything about any forensic audit, and there's never been a call for a forensic audit. There's no indication of any fraud or anything that needs to be identified in our organisation. Our organisation is very well run. We have a very, very competent board that oversees and provides governance. So I don't really, we've not got, there's no forensic audit.
I think once the money is given by the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo, so you must be satisfying the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo about the audit and the spending part of it.
So every year we have an audit, and the audit's the same auditors that audit the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. And I think our accounts are rolled up into the municipality's accounts. So that we are audited every year. And I've been with the organisation since 2017, and in each of those years our audit has come back completely clean.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, I heard there are a few houses which are vacant, not given to the people. If they're given to the residents, probably some revenue will be achieved. What do you have to say about it?
There's, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have a program, and the program that we had 90% of our housing is affordable housing. That affordable housing is offered at 10% below the market, and we have to, as a not-for-profit, we have to cover our costs. So we need to, when we bring in someone into it, we can't bring them in at a loss. The people that need help need to go through the subsidised programs, or the social housing programs, and we do have a wait list for those. And again, as I said, we don't have enough social housing in this community, and we need to continue advocating for that, and we will continue to do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, Henry. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for the presentation, Henry. I just have a few comments. I think from my observations, certainly from your presentation and everything else, I think you've, from what I can tell, Wood Buffalo Housing's doing a remarkable job with the current circumstances. I recognize, certainly as a realtor, our economy has changed, rents are down, demand for units is down, all of which is causing the kind of challenges that you're facing now. I also recognize that much of the assets that you've acquired that you're having to pay down were acquired at a time when construction costs were significantly higher than they are now. And some of the assets, I'm assuming, are you couldn't sell them for the amount of mortgage that you currently own, so you're upside down in some of the assets that you have. Having said that, from my perspective, this is a huge ask, absolutely huge ask. And at the moment, I certainly don't feel like I have enough information. I appreciate the amount of information that you've given us, but I don't feel like I have enough information, even understanding our own municipal assets and everything else. I'm not adverse to entertaining working collaboratively with Wood Buffalo to find some prospective solutions. But I certainly, as a councillor, need to have a much greater understanding of this total picture than I do right now, despite the efforts of your presentation. So those are my comments for the moment. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Ball?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to Henry. I echo Councillor Grandison's comments. I guess I've got one question relative to this. It's $57.8 million of mortgage debt. Have you calculated what you can operate at and hold a certain amount of mortgage debt that keeps you liquid versus starting to fail? Like, is there a threshold of a maximum amount of mortgage that you can carry?
I think we did. We presented that. I think it was about $29 million.
About 29 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to look at different options right now, just to before we just jump in and approve 57.8 million today. Just see what other options we have.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Ball. Is there any more questions for Henry? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Henry, and we'll also try to help advocate for the province for the sustainable housing for you as well. But thanks for everything you do for the community.
And we thank you as well, because Council has always helped us to advocate for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any more delegates for this item?
We did have one delegate. Oh, it looks like he's joined us on Microsoft Teams. Our next delegate is Bryce Kumka. Bryce, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation to Council. Please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Sorry I had to leave the chamber this evening. Had to attend to the children after Ukrainian dance, but I thought it would be important to provide some comments with respect to the great service that Wood Buffalo Housing does in providing the ability for people to move to our community. As a business owner, it's important for people to have safe, stable, and affordable housing, and Wood Buffalo does a lot of work in that area to do it. I mean, you can always have more advocacy on behalf from the government of Alberta and other grant streams for social housing, and there's never enough on that side of the spectrum as well. But a lot of people come to the community looking for a fresh start or a second chance, and having the ability to have safe, stable, and affordable housing is key and pinnacle for their potential success within our community. It's nice to see that we've always supported the development of affordable housing within our community and have been able to do that. It's unfortunate with changes in the economic environment and other factors that have led to the strain being put on an organization like Wood Buffalo. But I think we always have to be cognizant of the fact that Wood Buffalo is a cornerstone of the economic system, and is an arm's length extension of the municipality itself. So it's an asset that we need to protect and to encourage its success, because they do things that the regular development community just clearly isn't willing or able to do. So just wanted to provide support for an organization like Wood Buffalo and many other organizations like them that operate throughout Canada. And I think it's what makes our province and our country a great place to come and allow people to have safe, secure, and affordable places to live. So thank you very much for the time this evening, and I hope that you can work with Wood Buffalo Housing to facilitate some solutions in order them to be continued to be successful in the community.
Thank you, Bryce. Do we have any questions from Council? I'm not seeing any. So we can, and before we go to a vote, does anyone have any motions? I have one, if I can give the chair to Councillor Grandison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Please proceed with your motion.
Thank you. Motion is that council allocate $5 million to Wood Buffalo Housing and Development Corporation for the Emerging Issues Reserve to fund its mortgages, debt servicing payments in 2022, and that Wood Buffalo Housing and Development Corporation be requested to provide a fiscal and organizational update to council no later than November 30th, 2022, in advance of the 2023 budget process.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
That motion, thank you. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Any further discussions or questions with regards to the motion?
I can speak to the motion. My thought is, as Linda Olivier alluded to, it was the yearly debt will be $5 million to keep the mortgages up to date. So my thought is to start with the $5 million to cover it for this year, and then we can look at it again in November for the next year's budget process, and whether it's complete funding at that time or we fund it each year like other Part 9 corporations that we help in the community.
I think from my perspective, if I can, Mr. Mayor, I can't put my hand up, so if I could speak to that, Mr. Mayor, I agree. As I indicated when Henry Hunter was speaking, this is a very complex and a big issue. I certainly appreciated Bryce's comments. However, as our economy and our world changes, we are being faced with a greater demand on the tax base. And I think we have to always be as fiscally responsible to the taxpayers. I would like to explore any conceivable option in support of the amazing work that Wood Buffalo Housing does, but to do it in the most economically and financially beneficial way. So this would allow us a year to work collectively at seeing whether there's more appropriate options or other ways to look at it.
Deputy Mayor, we have Councillor Banjoko with her light on as well to speak to this motion.
Yes, thank you. So I would also like to support the motion that was moved by Mayor Bowman. That's a more comfortable and also more economically responsible thing to do. Like I said, every one of us would like our mortgages to be paid off and we can just relax. So we are all dealing with tough situation, and we will be held accountable as leaders if we would be approving 57.8 million to Wood Buffalo Housing. I personally can defend that, and if 5 million is a more comfortable thing to defend for us as council and mayor. So I would like to support that. That also gives the Wood Buffalo Housing the opportunity to go back to the drawing board, like I said earlier on, and see what else can be done. And then we can approach it on a yearly basis. And I hope that would also help. I don't know if Henry can speak to that, if that would be of good impact, or if, because like I asked, if you had any fallback position, would this be one of the options that will work? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Is there any other discussion or comments from council?
Yes. Just one comment about this. I can appreciate the $5 million, but I kind of look at it as more of a delay tactic. And you know, if we're sitting at $58 million and we delay it, we pay $5 million now. When we come to pay it in a year's time, it's now $63 million. So that's why I was curious what the valuation was that Wood Buffalo Housing can keep their head above water. So I'm not 100% certain that's the right methodology right now to just delay it, because it's going to cost us $5 million to delay it, unless I'm wrong.
I'm not a mortgage specialist by any means, but I can try to what I think and my thought process behind it. My thought is that as we are right now, the economy changing, hopefully, as Henry alluded to, the rental rates at one time when these properties were given, they were, like you said, $2,000 a month for a two-bedroom is what Wood Buffalo Housing was charging, and now it's about $700 less a month now. But as the market's improving right now with oil prices and the economy, maybe it'll take a little while. We can kind of get out of the hole we're in right now with Wood Buffalo Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further comments or discussion?
I do, actually.
All right. Go ahead, Henry. Councilor Cardinal.
I wanted to ask to Henry, is this the first deficit that's ever been, or has it been in deficit for years?
Deputy Mayor, if there's no concerns from council, can we invite Henry Hunter back to the presenter's desk to answer the question?
If we can, I could give them part of an answer. There's always been a debt since day one. There has to be. That's how the program works. But yes, I'm fine. If council's fine, we can ask Henry to answer the question.
So Wood Buffalo Housing has not been in deficit all the time. It was established in 2001 with an initial investment from the municipality of $450,000. And up until the economic downturn in 2015, Wood Buffalo Housing was not in deficit. It's since the economic downturn and the wildfire, the vacancy rates have increased and rental rates have dropped, which has caused the deficit. That's why we're in deficit now. But it's not been in deficit before 2016. As I say, it was started with initial investment of $450,000. And Wood Buffalo Housing now is sitting with assets on the books at $224 million. And we have an outstanding mortgage of 57. And those really are municipal assets. There's $200,000 million of municipal assets that you have.
Thanks, Henry.
And if I could make a comment, Henry, before you leave, just from a clarity point of view, I apologize, Councilor Cardinal. My interpretation of what you said was debt versus deficit. So thank you, Henry, for clearing that up. All right, any further questions or comments?
Deputy Mayor, I'm not seeing anyone signal inside the council chamber.
Thank you very much. I believe this is a point where we do have a motion on the floor. We need to call for a vote then.
It looks as though Councillor Dogar just signaled to speak to the item.
Yes, sir. With your permission, I think we should defer this motion for further study so that we probe more into it to have a better intake. Thank you.
Would so are you suggesting a friendly amendment to the mayor's motion, Councillor Dogar? And if so, is that acceptable to the mayor? I believe that's the right way to do it.
No, I don't think that's a friendly amendment is what that is. But I'll keep the motion on the floor with what it is.
All right. So, again, I will call, if no other comments are available, I will call for the vote to the motion that is currently on the floor. So, all in favor? I need to see hands, or I can't, but Jade will confirm the hands for me. Councillor McGrath, usually have to...
Councillor McGrath had to leave the meeting as he's not feeling well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I can't see anybody, Jade, so you'll have to.
Nope, I can see all the hands that are in the room. You're in favor? So I just need a call, Deputy Mayor, for anyone opposed.
Are there any opposed, please?
So the motion carries with one opposed. Councillor Cardinal is opposed.
All right. Thank you, Jade. And I believe it is now my turn to offer the meeting back to His Worship Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Councilor Grandison. And that concludes that portion. And again, I want to thank Henry for everything you do with the community, Henry. And we'll try to advocate for as well for the sustainable housing for the community. Right now, we'll take a 5-minute break, Council, and we'll be back with item 7.1. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Moving on to item 7.1, I'd like to invite Councillor Weigel to read out his motion.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the resolution of Council dated February 3rd, 2022 regarding the organizational review and hiring freeze be rescinded and replaced with the following. That the CAO be directed to conduct a full organizational review and that the municipality does not exceed its full-time equivalent, FTE, employment count as of February 2nd, 2022, until such time as the organizational review is finalized and the CAO presents the report to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Cardinal?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Weigel, you can now speak to your motion.
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. I do want to start off actually with a quick apology to Councillor Grandison, as when I brought forward this motion, I hadn't talked to him personally about it beforehand, and him being the author of the original motion, I believe that just would have been great proper etiquette. And so I just want to start by an apology there. The reason for my motion for bringing it forward is I believe that the stated motion as it was written and the discussion in which we had about the motion ended up being two different things. In conversation since then, it is my opinion that each council had a different idea of what the actual motion was going forward versus what was actual pushed forward. And so I wanted to bring clarity to what I thought the motion was for and how I thought we still might get what we're trying to achieve done and also be best for the organization as a whole. As we go through, Mayor Bowman, is it okay if I ask some questions as we continue to move on here? Awesome. I've talked to several people within the municipality, and the concerns that have come forward have been noted, and I want to go through and I want to direct, I guess, the question to CAO Doyle. Can you speak to any major specific issues that have come up since the passing of the original motion in any of the departments that are going on right now?
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, thank you for the question. From a human resource perspective, in February, the 15th of February, my office received 2 grievances from QP 1505 and QP 1505 Transit alleging a number of employer violations under both collective agreements. In addition, on February 15th, unions filed an unfair labor practice, or ULP, complaint with the Alberta Labor Relations Board, alleging that the RMWB violated sections 60, subsection 3, and section 147, subsection 3 of the Alberta Labor Relations Code. I won't get into what they are, but there are two of the big ones that's happened to us, or that we've received. Now, given this motion, we've agreed that those grievances and the ULP will be placed in abeyance until March 15th of 2022. From a staffing perspective, we've had a number of anecdotal, I guess, issues, one of which, as an example, an operations group that can't backfill a supervisor who's left, which of course leaves a larger span of control for the remaining supervisor or supervisors. But I guess one of the largest ones we've seen is that our roads crews are short 12 people. So there's 12 vacancies in those crews, meaning that every roads crew that's out there now is on overtime.
So we're spending more money basically clearing the roads right now to be able to provide the service.
Through the chair to Councillor Weigel, that's correct.
And I'll take ownership of part of this is as I did vote for this motion. I just, whether you want to call it new into council and not understanding, or like I said, it was a different understanding. I didn't understand the effects that would happen through the municipality through this vote. I do agree that I think that to be responsible, especially as a council, we do need to do an organizational review and see where we need to do it. As my motion puts forward, I do believe that CAO can find the resources to be able to do that, and then it gets reported back to both the CAO and the council at the same time. That is the piece of the motion is that, like I said, we don't want to handcuff the RMWB to be able to do the job and provide the services that are already there. Them not growing beyond what we already have for staffing and places, I think is a good place to start. As we already have a budget in place to be able to retain that, and then as we get the review, then we can start looking at positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Are there any other delegates for this item?
There are no delegates registered for this item.
Thank you. So I'll go to questions from council. But first, I'll kind of go to it myself on what I've got back from the public, and after reading through the information provided by CEO and also speaking to staff, and I kind of want to make it so it's transparent to the community. Like, our RMWB employees are also the residents of the community, and we represent them as well. And with an open, we want to have a welcome to Fort McMurray and a persona we give to the province and to the country that we're with the economy right now, we're open for business, and having a hiring freeze in place, it doesn't give that perception to anyone, whether it's hiring the RMWB or industry. If the municipality has a hiring freeze, it doesn't really give an open for business sign to the community. So I'm definitely right now siding with in favor of this motion being changed the way it is. So I'll go to questions from other councillors. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I agree the prior motion needs to be rescinded. I appreciate Councillor Weigel bringing this motion forward. To be a successful council, we need to collaborate with administration and understand the union contracts prior to making motions that involve both those parties. I believe this motion will be much more acceptable to everybody involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I finally figured out how to get my hand up on this machine. So there's a couple of aspects about this motion. The first one, I'm very strongly going to stand by, which is a third-party independent review. It's been my experience, having worked with a number of organizations in my life, and certainly having seen some of this, that when we're growing or we're in an organization, we tend to see it through that lens. And I very strongly believe that an independent lens that comes into, I believe every councillor, unless I'm mistaken in what I heard when we were elected, heard from the public the belief that we're top heavy, and that we had some challenges around our staffing model. And again, unless I'm mistaken, that's exactly what I heard when I ran for office. And therefore, that was one of the big motives behind the initial organizational review, which I was only going to bring forward. But there were other motions, a hiring freeze and other things that were talked about with some of my other colleagues, and on administration's guidance, they all got put together in one motion. So that's how the motion was presented. I am going to speak to the hiring freeze one as well, in that my intention was never now or then to disarm or cause a capacity issue within our organization and our organization's ability to deliver services to our citizens. That was never the intent, nor is it my intent now. The reason for the hiring freeze, and I will speak to that in the absence of Councillor Bussier, who was the initiator of that, is that when there was an organizational review done in the past, he did put forward the motion of a hiring freeze, and it was turned down. And subsequently, the municipality hired numerous people who bought houses, people who came to this organization that was open for business. And subsequently, some of them were then later laid off after the organizational review and in a situation of having to sell their houses and et cetera. Part of the intent of the hiring freeze was to ensure that that did not happen again, and that we give a third-party review an opportunity to actually take a look at what the organizational requirements can be in a different way than perhaps we're operating right now. I stand by that. In terms of the hiring freeze, I'm certainly open to looking at options. I don't believe the intent was to stop our street cleaners from working. I believe from my own personal observation, we have some departments that have too many employees, other departments that don't have enough. That's part of what an operational review will determine and bring back to council. It will also give this council an opportunity to take ownership of that review and setting up and making guidance to our one employee, our CEO, to operations going forward in the future. All of those were the intent behind the motion. And I stand by the operational review part of the motion, and I don't change that. In terms of the hiring freeze, if there can be some language or some wording that would allow administration to continue to function and deliver the level of services required, I have no difficulties with that. That's my input.
Thank you, Councillor Gradison. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, through the chair. I'm totally against it. The CEO does it. CEO is a very heavily committed post. And if he can do full justice to his own job, that is appreciated. Not to give any extra job to him. About the third party, I'm totally against it. Why to spend money? Once we have an excellent man, last time I told it, there cannot be a better man than Ken Ball, who has spent all 30 years in this post. It's not, I'm kidding. You know, I'm very serious about it. I have spent 50 years of experienced life in the practical life. You ask me taxi, I would be knowing better than many of you, except Penny and the other Phil. You know, they know better than me. Other than that, where I've spent 4 or 5 years. You ask me about trucking, I will tell you so many things. You ask me about army, I will tell you where the man should be fitted. Wait 23 years. And why are we running around here and there? The CEO is committed himself, plus he has seen only 3 appointments probably, manager, deputy CEO and CEO. Whereas Ken has seen all from the bottom also, from the top also. And then he himself, Alan Grandson, you know, he should be, you know, of course, make CEO party to it, to be in the committee, and they should do this all job. They can do better than anybody else. Yes, if there's extra time, pay them. You know, we are ready to pay thousands of dollars to the third party. Why not to own councillors if they do something extra? About the freezing, 100% it should not be there. But if there is a special needed, some special, that should be with the permission of CEO or the council. CEO, if he grants the permission, that should be sufficient. You know, this is my opinion, and I'm very firm about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Brynjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I believe that council doesn't get involved with operations, but I would let CAO speak to that later, Councillor Dogar. So my question is, I would love to support this motion that there will be a full organizational review. But my question is CAO prepared to do this? Or, I mean, I think even if he's, of course, he's going to have to be involved, but I think a third party will be an unbiased opinion, and there's no way they can work without the CAO as well. But that's also, in my opinion, is actually better for CAO if a third party would join him for so many reasons, but especially for unbiased opinion and even for the interests of himself and other top leaders of RMWB. And also support the reason why all of us, I think, jumped at supporting the motion is the general belief that RMWB is top heavy And I don't know if CAO agrees or not, but I think in order to achieve the changes that we are hoping for, we might need a third party. But I am not. I don't think it will be a councillor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair too. I guess, Councillor Dogar, thanks for your confidence in me, but I'm going to humbly pass on that suggestion. I guess I agree with Councillor Weigel and Councillor Grandison. I believe that somewhere between the two motions that there's a happy medium. I fully believe in what Councillor Banjoko just mentioned, that we do need a third party. We need a fresh set of eyes on this. CAO Doyle, I believe, has enough on his plate that I don't think he needs to be diving deep down into an organizational review and spending a significant amount of time on that particular item. As far as the hiring freeze goes, I believe Al spoke to that, and I kind of support what he says there, and I also support what Stu says. We certainly don't want to handcuff the organization relative to their operational abilities. So I don't know if there's a friendly amendment to yours, Councillor Weigel. Have you got a suggestion or on how it could potentially look?
Yeah, maybe. Do you want to get Jamie to speak first?
Before Stu speaks. Thank you, everyone, and it's Jamie here. I'll answer, well, I guess I'll speak in generalities, but also answer some of Councillor Banjoko's questions. Please know that there's no way, shape, or form that I would be doing this review on my own. There's absolutely no way. This would certainly require a third-party review to have an unbiased sense and look at the organization. And that's not to say anybody, myself included, would come at an exercise like this with purposeful bias. It's just a matter of, we know so many people, we tend to look at people, not boxes, whereas a third-party consultant would look at boxes. I want to reiterate, I don't believe that we're top-heavy. There's been a number of movements made over the past few years, especially in 2017. Aside from me and Matthew, there's no deputy CAO any longer. There used to be executive directors. That was a management level that's been removed. I think, to be quite honest, anything more than Councillor Weigel's motion would be inappropriate. I think we always operate in a venue of not adding FTEs and still being nimble enough to be able to move around. Now, we have to remember we just can't move people around because we are in a highly unionized environment. So we have to be cognizant of that. And we did keep a close eye, of course, on this motion as it sat before when we started looking at how we're hiring it. It's just causing a lot of consternation that we didn't, I guess, or I didn't convey well enough. The collective bargaining alone is enough to make us stop and rethink. So I think Councillor Weigel's motion and operate within the FTE count that we have. I conduct a third-party review, organization review, and bring it back to Council. Understanding, of course, I'm the only employee of Council, not the organization. As Councillor Banjoko's pointed out, Council doesn't delve into the operations of it. We report if you have issues, it comes through me. So respectfully, I think Councillor Weigel's motion could certainly accomplish everything that we need to do. And of course, Council also needs to trust me to do the job that I've been employed to do. And I can assure you that this will happen and the organization review will happen. And we will not be hiring folks that we don't need. And we can't speak to essential services and what that is, because I think everybody that has a role here in the organization right now is essential. That's why they're still working. So thank you, Councillor Weigel, for bringing the motion forward. And I thanks for all the comments. Councillor Ball, however, if you want to do the organizational review, have at it. But nonetheless, I thank you for the time, and back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, CAO Doyle. Councillor Grandison?
Thank Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it interesting, just our entire process, because, yeah, we're definitely addressing another whole amendment, which kind of almost discards, in some ways, the original amendment. So I'm going to speak to it again, because there's been a couple of comments that I'd like to address. I was certainly asked. I met with Councillor Wagle, make no bones about it, and him and I had a very good conversation. And when the motion was first presented, it felt like an end run, personally, by administration around council, because certainly nobody talked to me, the original author of the motion, about it, and I wasn't particularly. I found that a bit troublesome. Having said that, I want to go address a couple things. One of the things that Councillor Wagle asked me, he said, we just hired a CEO. I said, do we not trust him? And that's not at all the case. And that's exactly what I said to Councillor Wagle. If I didn't believe that our CEO was capable of doing the job, I wouldn't support his contract. But that doesn't mean that he's not capable of learning or seeing or doing things different. He just made it very clear that he believes that the organization is not top heavy. And I'm glad he believes that. Many of the taxpayers do not agree with him at all. And I heard that very clear. And unless I'm mistaken, some of my colleagues heard that very clear as well. So that's the exact example that I'm talking about. Of course, CEO is going to view it as he does, and that's his job, and that's what he's supposed to do. And he also made the comment, and I very much appreciated it, Mr. Doyle, that often we see people versus boxes. I believe that there are a number of ways that the organization can be restructured. It may not come out that we need less people. It may absolutely come out that there's a restructuring of the people that we have to be more efficient. That some departments are without enough staff, some departments are too top heavy, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know this. I'm not the one doing the organizational review, but that's what part of a third party does, is that very thing, is they do make those recommendations. And that's the reason it was brought forward, so that we collectively as a council could have a third party tell us, yeah, you guys own this. This is what you got. And that was the intent behind the motion in the first place. In terms of the staffing thing, I want to go back to that again. It was brought up about a grievance by the union. Well, of course the union is going to make agreements. I wouldn't expect anything different from them. They're doing their jobs, just like it's council's job to determine the operational budget for this organization. That's us doing our job. So they're doing their job and we're doing our job. And I don't think one trumps the other. That's the way a collective bargaining agreement works. It's not meant to undermine the collective bargaining agreement. Never has, never will. Nor was it my intent in the first place. But again, I wasn't surprised that they're not happy about it. I would think that a lot of people, I was told that this is, hurting morale. Well, I can tell you, I've heard from a number of frontline employees in the organization who think it's a wonderful idea because they too believe that it's top heavy. So we have a lot of people talking to us, to me as a counselor, to maybe some of you as counselors. Having a third party review, they can make that decision for us. They can give us the information and then we can take that document. So I can beat this horse all night long, and I don't think that's going to help me or you, but I certainly am not going to apologize to the taxpayers on the original motion, why it was brought forward, and why I still believe it needs to happen. And again, when it comes to the staffing issue, I am more than happy to talk about some options that does not disrupt the organization in the way it's being described, because it's being described differently to me too. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gradison. And I think we're pretty much all on the same page. As CEO Doyle mentioned, he's in support of a third party. He's in support of a third party review as well. So I don't think that's going to be the issue here. And as Councilor Ball mentioned, he may want to put an amendment forward that's a third party review. So I think we're all on the same page here. Thank you, Councilor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. I just want to ask you, that you are 4 months mayor here and you are doing okay because you are already here for the last 17, 18, or 20 years. You knew the men, you knew the organization, you knew the area, you knew so many things. And only few these things new came of municipality and you are running the show. If today you are picked up from here and you are put at Lakala Beach, probably you would be failure, totally. So third party, you want to spend how much money? Just tell me, sir. There was a last time, it was, why do you want to spend so much money? Once you have already people here, so please, if you have enough money, spend it on some other things. Or there are so many things that we can say. About the CEO, you see, with all his capabilities, if I am the CEO, you know what will I do? Call 2-3 managers. This time you do these 2-3 things. You do. I will delegate it. You know that is how the things are done. Once too much pressure comes, so CEO option is out. To my example, third party, we shouldn't spend so much money. What they would be knowing, in the same example which I gave you, you are successful mayor because you are here. You know, third party people do not know what are the exact requirements, geographical requirements, weather requirements, manpower requirements. So just spending money, you want to do it, please do it. So I would recommend the same option, that we should make our own committee and we should use our own veterans in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. CEO Doyle, can you explain to maybe Councillor Dogar and other councillors what a third-party review is?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Mayor and Council. Of course, a third-party review is a procurement process where I look at subject matter experts that have great understanding of municipal org structures and have done these in the past to help understand service levels, understand geographic size, budgets, things of that nature, and make recommendations to the CAO on what's feasible and what's right size for the organization. And we would certainly undertake that exercise. I think, as I mentioned earlier, for me to delegate this to directors and managers to run off and do these tasks, I think what ends up happening is we have an indirect bias there. And I'm not saying that they do it purposely, but of course they know everybody that they work for, and people start to think about people as opposed to boxes, as I mentioned earlier. So I think if we're to do an org review, I think it's imperative that we have a fresh set of eyes look at it, and not myself or internal staff. So Mayor, I hope I answered the question.
I hope so. Thank you. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to go through a couple of the things that were said, I apologize. In the motion that was then, it was always meant to be a third-party review. In any organization, I've never known as the CAO, president, or manager to do the review, as we've all said that there's just no time in their position to be able to do it. So I would take that friendly amendment absolutely to be able to do, just to have it written in there that it's a third-party review, to take all other question out of there. As to the organization with the hiring freeze, I just kind of want to readdress that and just kind of speak with Councillor Ball, as I totally get where he's coming from. My thought process, just to clarify through this, is that through the review, I think we're gonna see things. I think we're gonna see, as we would in any review, that there's gonna be areas that have too many. There's gonna be areas that have not enough, and we're gonna see where we're falling short. The idea is that we're going to, you know, a few months ago, we made a decision, you know, to have CA Doyle in that position, and so with that, it's. We have to trust and be able to run the organization as is until we hear otherwise. I think putting the hiring freeze on, what it does is it handcuffs the municipality to be able to do the job that they're doing right now, or it takes extra steps to be able to move anybody into positions that are needed, as we've talked about with, you know, the road servicing, and I know other departments that are having issues as well. With it sticking here, what it is what we're saying is that the organization just stays as is. He has to work within the confines of what he absolutely already has. He can't grow it. He can't do anything extra, but he has those positions and he can just move it there. When the organizational review then comes back, what happens is that when we can make recommendations, but at the same time, we don't want to overreach. Again, CAO Doyle is the one that runs the city. And so we can make recommendations through the review. That's the whole point of the review. But at the end of the day, he has to be able to run the city. We have to have the trust that he can do it. As Councillor Stroud said, that we have to work with administration. And I think when the faster and the sooner that we can start doing that and having that trust, then we can start working back and forth on this. He's got to be able to believe that we have his best interest and the municipality's best interest in mind, and vice versa. And so that was the intent of that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, sir, for giving me again chance. You remember after the budget, I gave a feedback about the participation of all, and I kept Ken Ball number 1. Still, I feel because he has a keen eye, so we should use the right man for the right job. Right man, you have it here. In 30 years, you know, have you noticed that whenever he asks any question, he hit the bull, exact to the point he asked it. And whenever he gave a recommendation, he gave exact to the point. So he's the right man. Why are we are running outside? So I asked one question, CEO, sir, how much is the estimate of the third party? That is not told to me, sir. Jimmy? Third party.
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, we don't yet know that, and that was the whole point of the
Okay,
discussion.
roughly estimate.
It's hard for me to say, Councillor, until I understand what depth of the review is. But we go back to the appropriateness of having a third party look at positions across the organization and understand the right sizing, if I can use some councillors' terms from previous meeting. Until we understand what the scope looks like and we have something on paper, it's hard to say what that would cost and how long it would take. So that's the next part of this exercise, is to actually undertake that.
Give half of it to Ken.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Before we go to voting, if there's no other questions, would anyone like to make an amendment to make it amendment to the motion? A friendly amendment, making it a third-party review, just changing the wording of the motion. Councillor Cardinal.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to do an organizational review with the amendment that we lift the hiring freeze. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, it'll be listed on your 7.1. The entire thing's listed there. That there's a full. I'll read it over again. That the CEO be directed to conduct a full organizational review, and the question was if you want to be a third-party organizational review, and that the municipality does not exceed its full-time equivalent FTE employee count as of February 2nd, 2022, until such time as the organizational review is finalized and the CEO presents a report to council. And Councillor Weigel can speak to your question there as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, just to clarify, Councillor Cardinal, it'd be the lifting of the hiring freeze, because what's happening with the hiring freeze right now is that when a position leaves, they're not able to backfill it and they can't fill that position. So if we have, and this is by pure example, if we have 20 people right now plowing the streets and grading the roads, and we lose 5 of those, we're not legislated to fill those. And so now we only have 15 people doing that job. And with the hiring freeze, they can't replace those 5 positions. And so what we're doing is we're losing workers to do the job that's set there. What I've asked is that we don't exceed what we have. So if we have 20 people in that organization, or through the whole organization, but if we have 20 people there, then we just sit at 20. They can't go to 21, they can't go to 22, they can't do 23. What we do is we sit at what we have now until the review's done, and then we can make decisions from there.
But not stay at 15.
But not stay at 15. They have the ability to go back to 20. Is kind of, and that's a minimized look at the whole organization. But the idea is that there's so many positions right now, they can't exceed that number of positions. So if we lose people, we can backfill the position, but they can't grow the organization or add positions until we do the organizational review.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel and Councillor Cardinal. Councillor Grandison?
Yeah, I just want to get clarity on this because it was part of the original discussion that council will work with the CAO on developing the terms of the organizational review, because I wanted it done by council. Is that correct? Because that, although it wasn't worded in the motion, it was certainly part of the original discussion. I still want clarity on that.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison. As I understand this new motion, this is third-partied by the CAO and conducted by the CAO and reported back to council.
So I find that interesting because the original motion, again, so this is another change from the original motion, was that it was a council-directed organizational review by the CEO, but directed by council, not by the CEO. So this is another change. And
thank you, Councillor Grandison. That's right. Hence the full rescind of the motion. The idea is that Jamie will set up the organizational review through a third party, and it gets reported back to council. So there is no, it doesn't go back to just Jamie, and then he gives us the information that we need. The third party reports straight back to council.
So where's council's input? Where's and actually, our CEO was part of the discussion when the motion was framed. You know, and I don't want to get into all the language, CEO, because there was some current concerns about it, but there can certainly be another motion brought forward. I mean, there were concerns by council members, and I would certainly like input as into what the organizational review is looking at. And that was part of the original. So if that's being excluded, I'm going to be very clear that I will not be supporting this motion. And as in terms of the language that we spoke of at the time, that will be another motion brought forward. So that's as far as I'm going to go with that.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. And you're right, I was part of the original discussion. However, you know, as motions like this, or if I can say laid on the floor, we have time to learn from them as we just have. I think it's appropriate that I'm council's employee and you direct me to do the review. Now, there could be part of that scope of work where we bring it back for your consideration or your interview through the process. But the structure of the organization falls at the CAO, not council.
Yeah, fair enough. And the original motion and the original language in the motion, and council can have the ability to put in what we would like to see in the organizational review. And you told me that was okay. And now you're suggesting different.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, no, I'm actually not suggesting that it's anything different. What I'm suggesting is that the structure of the organization still relies on the CAO. Now, on top of all of this, we can draft all of the reviews we want. We can't implement a thing until these collective agreements are ratified. So I want to make sure everybody understands that as well. So I want to be careful as we move through this org review that it sits with the CAO to conduct it with a third party and report it back to council. The idea of council controlling how many people we have is done through a budget process, which we've just approved. So as long as we stay within the FTE count, as Councillor Weigel just mentioned, I think we can certainly get underway in this review and still be able to function. In the original conversation, I did share concerns with being handcuffed, and what we found out is that we exactly are that. We're handcuffed in a number of operational areas because we can't backfill, because they're not an essential position, and nor have we identified, nor we should. I think it's entirely up to the CAO to determine what's essential and what's not. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Doyle. Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Cardinal?
I guess I'm done.
Go ahead, Councillor Grandison. If you wanted to say an extra couple words, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Grandison.
Again, I'll leave it at here. I absolutely, categorically, 100% feel completely backdoored on this from day one, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Cardinal?
Through the chair to council, good discussions. I'm glad we're having these discussions because we're learning from each other, and I wouldn't call it backdooring. We're just basically, some of us have been on council before and know a little more about council than others, and learning from each other. And you know, I in no way would say that, I guess, because I just wanted to say that we're learning from each other and we all have good conversations here. And you know, I myself, I am in no way comfortable doing the organizational review myself. I would leave that up to the CAO, and he can come back to us if and report to us. And then if we have any issues with the organizational review, I strongly suggest myself going in that route. But you know, I just wanted to say I'm glad we're having these discussions, and this is good, and right on. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. Are there any more questions from council or comments? Does anyone want to make it a friendly amendment to the motion to make it a third-party review? As I believe we already discussed, it will be, but does anyone make a motion? Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I would like to move the motion that the CAO be directed to conduct a full organizational review using a third party, that the municipality does not exceed its full-time equivalent FTE employee count as of February 2nd, 2022, until such time as the organizational review is finalized and the CAO presents the report to council.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. It's Jade here. So through the chair, just to clarify, you're making the friendly amendment to add in the third-party independent review into Councillor Weigel's motion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Weigel?
I accept the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Cardinal?
I second it.
Okay, we'll vote here now. Thank you, though. Okay, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Voting on.
Sorry, we'll get the new motion read out, actually, if we can, so we know exactly what we're voting on this time.
For clarity, we're voting on the motion as presented by Councillor Weigel with the friendly amendment included by Councillor Benjoko to have that language of the third-party organizational review. I just want to make sure everyone's clear on what we're voting on. Would council like me to read out the motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. So that the CAO be directed to conduct a full third-party independent organizational review, and that the municipality does not exceed its full-time equivalent FTE employee count as of February 2nd, 2022, until such time as the organizational review is finalized and the CAO presents the report to council. Full-time equivalent.
Thank you, everyone. We'll call now for a vote. All in favor? I can't count. 5. And opposed? So it's carried. That's carried with 3 opposed. Thank you. Moving on to item 7.2, I invite Councillor Benjoko to read out her motion.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that the mayor be authorized on behalf of council to send a letter to the government of Alberta to reinstate the family medicine residency program in the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo.
Can I get a seconder for that motion? Councillor Cardinal?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cardinal. And Councillor Majoko, can you speak to that motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought up this motion hearing clearly from the residents in the region. We have been losing some of our medical doctors with no replacement. To mention a few, Dr. Bernard Mwaka, Dr. Loretta Roberts, Dr. Hibbits, they have left the region and there is no replacement. In order for us to bring and keep more medical staff and specialists in this region, we had this program in place before. I don't recall the year it was stopped. I think it's time for us to get the fresh, newly graduated students to come into the region for their residency program. For those who are Canada-trained physicians. And that would be one of the ways where we can get doctors here, maybe with a plan to have some sort of contract or agreement on how long they will stay in the region. I've spoken with some of the doctors that are currently in the city. They're overwhelmed the number of patients, and there's a limit to how many patients they can see. Once they reach that limit, they can't say, I want to take more or on compassionate grant or on any grant. Some of the residents have to travel for their medical needs. I've heard of women going all the way to Edmonton for scan, and now family doctor is almost basic to human existence. If we can't meet that need, it's difficult. So my recommendation is that Mayor would help make this need known, whether by reaching out to the Minister of Health, and also some of the suggestions from the medical practitioners in the region is that maybe we can reach out to the Alberta College of Physicians to see if they can deploy foreign trained doctors that have passed their relevant exams with eligibility status to Fort McMurray. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majoko. Do we have any other delegates for this item?
We have no delegates for this item. Thank you.
And before I go to questions from council, and as to Councillor Banjoko's motion, I definitely agree with it that this shouldn't be an issue at all. And as when we met with Minister Copping in November, this was brought up with him and with Minister McIver, both in Edmonton when we were there for conferences. So they're both aware of the situation, and I think this letter will be expected when they get it. So this is a very good motion and something needed in the community. Are there any other questions from council? Councillor Banjoko, or sorry, Councillor Dogar?
I second the motion.
Right now, we're just, seconding has already been done. Right now, we're just, any questions for Councillor Banjoko or comments pertaining to the motion? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Yes, I certainly agree with this motion. And thank you, Councillor Banjoko, for explaining about the program. I think, if we have these resident doctors in our region, there's a possible chance that they'll stay here and continue, their services here. And I appreciate the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Are there any other questions or comments pertaining to the motion? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Bajoko, for bringing that forward. Moving on to item 7.3, I invite Councillor Bajoko again to read to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration be directed to conduct a review of taxi rates taking into consideration any changes to the cost of operating taxi services in the rural and urban services areas of RMWB. The administration conducts a review of the vehicle for hire bylaw number 13/001 and host stakeholder engagement sessions that include the public, the taxi industry, tourism, and the Chamber of Commerce, and that feedback be considered for inclusion in any amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw, and that a task force similar to the previous taxi committee disbanded in 2018 be established to review and bring forward recommendations to Council on regulating and controlling taxi services within the boundaries of the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Can I get a seconder for that motion? Councillor Dogar?
I second the motion.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Bajoko, you may now speak to that motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually got asked questions even during my campaign, met a few of the operators of the taxi services in the city, and they expressed their frustration that there used to be a committee that looked after the service, generally speaking, in the city. I believe is for the good of both the public and the industry if this committee would continue. And also I actually called for some information and went through the bylaw and realized that the bylaw states that there should be a review every October of the year. So that means we didn't quite do that for at least 3 years. So in order for us to comply to what we agreed to do by the bylaw, I believe there's need for that. Also, the cost of equipment, cost of operating taxis generally, or any transportation for that matter, has changed. I don't want to say increased but only if we review we can find out whether there's need to increase or to decrease. The meter rates had not been checked, or it has not been reviewed. So by the time the committee meets, and I hope the committee would include not only the taxi drivers or taxi services rather, the public, industry, and the interest groups, so that they can look at this. And I don't believe it should be one-off. At the same time, they might not necessarily have to meet every month, but there is need for a committee or for a review. I don't know if it's going to be a working committee or whatever we agree, but there's need for a review of taxi services. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bajoko. Any questions? Any other delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We do have 4 registered delegates for this item, and we'll start with our first registered delegate, Renee Wells. Renee, when you get situated at the desk, you can go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes to make your submission to Council.
Good evening. I'm here to express my support for the motion put forward by Councillor Bajoko and to provide some historical context on the issue of ground transportation services in our region. Taxi legislation in Fort McMurray goes back to 1993, when Council then passed a bylaw for the city. There wasn't any comparable bylaw for taxis operating in rural areas then, though. In November of 2003, Regional Council enacted Taxi Bylaw 03/021, the intent being to improve vehicle fitness and to include rural taxi services. All this when our population had grown to about 15,000. Regulation of the industry at that time fell to the Chief Taxi Inspector, who reported to the Director of Assessment and Taxation. 6 years later, a consultant from Ottawa, Dr. Dan Hera, was asked to conduct a review of taxi services in our region, the intent being to seek recommendations on improvements to the legislation governing this sector. Dr. Hara returned again in 2012 to update his review. As a director with the municipality in 2012, I was tasked with my staff to assist the chief taxi inspector in working with the taxi industry to improve the services they provided. This led to the conclusion that new legislation was needed to address gaps in the bylaw of 2003. Based on Dr. Hara's report and after further consultation with stakeholders, Council passed bylaw 13/001 on March the 12th of 2013. It was based on 3 pillars. 1, improving public safety. 2, enhancing customer service. And 3, strengthening driver skills. Changes included defined powers for the chief taxi inspector, an appeal process for brokerages, vehicle owners, and chauffeurs, vehicle safety requirements, and placing the choice of being charged a metered or flat rate in the hands of the customer, and customer service and driver training for chauffeurs. While the legislation was more comprehensive than the one it replaced, it did not include provisions for a regulatory body or a taxi commission. Instead, administration indicated its intent to create a committee comprised of representatives from key sectors in the region in a transparent environment for the discussion of issues affecting the vehicle for hire sector. That it was disbanded in 2018 is discouraging. If there is no such venue for communication, problems can and will arise. While I indicated my support earlier for the motion before you this evening, my hope is that customer service, specifically clients who rely on ground transportation services and expect a welcoming environment from those providing it, one that includes options on the types of services available to them, is at the forefront of any changes from such a review. The legislation enacted 9 years ago led to many changes: winter tires, GPS, in-vehicle cameras, and the option of an electronic payment for services are but a few examples of improving public safety and enhancing the experience of clients who need and rely on these important services. That these changes are in place also speaks to the benefit of identifying solutions through ongoing dialogue. I thank you for the opportunity for coming here or allowing me to speak tonight, and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Renee. And if anybody knows this bylaw, it's you in this committee. This is when we met, I believe, in 2013. So appreciate your input and expertise in the matter. Does any council have any questions for Renee? Councilor Dogar?
To the chair, thank you very much, sir, for giving the historical perspective. It's a very comprehensive. Surely it will benefit all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Our next delegate this evening is Abdi Fattah Mursal. You may go ahead when you're ready at the presenter's desk. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation to council. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invite. I'm here to speak on the motion item 7.3 that was brought forward by Funky regarding the bylaw taxi services. Excuse me if I'm being a bit nervous or a bit rocky being on the stage. I'd like to give you a background of myself. My name is Abdi Fattah Mursal again. I'm the owner of Driver Seat for McMurray. What we do is we specialize in shuttle services for consumers and corporate clients. We provide shuttle services for airports, sporting events, weddings, for employers, hotels, retirement homes, social programs, and government agencies. We specialize in creating flexible and agile shuttle services for employees, executives, kids, special transportation and support services for our local community in the region of Wood Buffalo. The reason why I came here today is in support of the motion, again, item 7.3. there's a few key things that I like to speak on that's not included in our bylaw services right now, which is ride sharing, which I would like to speak on. Right now, based on the bylaw that we have in place, there's a lot of things that we are missing comparing to the communities across the region or across the province that would be on our size. Ride hailing, that would be one of the services. Being a local and trying to make transportation more accessible, more flexible, and cost-effective for everyone that's involved. Especially for the last 3 years that I have owned this company and offering these services locally. It's something that we like to bring forward to incorporate ride sharing and ride hailing, which meaning Uber type services in our local communities. And that would allow more people to use transportation services, which would be more cost effective for everyone in the community. Some of the comments that we have received over the last couple of months is people waiting for taxis at their houses for more than 2 hours. If we have this local growing technology system that we have in place, that's out of Fort McMurray that we can put into use, we believe that transportation would be more accessible to our locals and would help more commuters from other regions that are residing in camps to use our ride-sharing services to come to town and contribute to our local economy by visiting our local restaurants, our local bars, and coming for shopping into town. We see a lot of comments about individuals that reside in camps, the cost that's involved, taking taxi cabs or other means of transportation services to come to town being not cost friendly. So again, we'd like to introduce or maybe make amendments into the existing bylaw system to include ride sharing as well as ride hailing that would be provided by our local companies. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. Do we have any questions from council? Councillor Weigel?
How you doing?
How you doing, Mr. Weigel?
Good.
Good.
I appreciate the presentation, and I know it's nerve-wracking being up there. I remember even speaking behind here the first couple of times. I still get sweaty. But I love a lot of your ideas about, accessing the outside economy that's around here, bringing people from camp back into town and creating a great experience there. I appreciate you bringing your business savvy to this idea, because we do obviously realize that we do need to look at it. I'm in full support of Councillor Banjoko's, but I also appreciate you coming up here with real ideas on how to grow the economy and make the service work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, sir, for giving me a chance. Abdi, thank you very much. It was an excellent presentation, added to something to my knowledge. You are not nervous. Nervous people don't laugh. Nervous people stammer sometimes, that I stammer. So yours was excellent. New ideas, but I can't comment on it. Despite of the fact I'm a taxi driver, I have to take a feedback from my taxi driver colleagues also. We want taxi business to flourish. Professionalism in it. The safety, as pointed out by Rene, safety is very important, and only professional drivers can provide safety, customer dealings, and surely I shall work on it, as I already discussed with you, and it would be good for the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Any other questions from council for Abdi? Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to appreciate, I think it's Abdul, for coming over and sharing his services that he provides. And a key component that he mentioned is, I believe, special aid needs. And I don't think there's an unhealthy competition between taxi services and other public providers. We need all of you to succeed. And so I just appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko.
If I may respond to Mr. Dogger's comments there.
For sure. Thank you.
Regarding the safety. Of course, safety is our forefront on the technology that we have in place. That would be our number one. Again, as a competition, if this was allowed to operate in our region, this is something that would be hiring for our local drivers. It wouldn't be any different from the ones that drive taxis right now, including yourself. This is something that would benefit our community, and of course, contribute to our local economy, and making transportation more accessible and readily available to the public in our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdi. I don't see any questions from council, but again, reiterate what my colleagues said. It's great to see new ideas, and that's what Fort McMurray is all about, being an entrepreneur and providing a service that's not here, and it can only go up from here. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor.
Do we have any other delegates for this matter?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We do. Our next delegate this evening is Penny Skinner. Penny, once you get situated at the presenter's desk, you may go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Thank you.
There? Okay. Some history. I'm probably the one that's been in business the longest. I've worked for Sun Taxi for 31 years. My ex-in-laws started driving cab in Fort McMurray in 1979. So there's a lot of history that I have behind it. I'm here to ask for the municipality to give us an increase of 20% for the taxi meter. We are in desperate need of this. The vehicle for hire bylaw in section bylaw 13-001, Schedule B, Section 8, says there must be a review. The Chief Taxi Inspector may conduct a review of taxi rates in the first year of October of each calendar year. The review may determine an appropriate recommendation to Council. If accepted by Council, the recommendation rates for sections 4 and 5 will be in accordance with the following formulas. So that's directly out of the bylaw. But this has never happened. So we came to Council with a letter and asked in 3.5 years ago, we came to Council and asked for a meter increase. It came, and Jane Stroud was a member of the Council at the time. She said it was a living document that could be changed at any time. There was supposed to be a review done. Deanna, the Director of Community Services, stated that they were going to Council on November 27th of 2018. We were asked in January of 17th of 2019 to Brad Murko at the time for a response within 30 days. We did not receive it. January 18th, Sabrina, the manager of bylaw services, asked Jerry Neville to include it in their community engagement. January 18th, Sabrina then informed legal of the municipality, Caitlin Hanley, that Jerry was asked to include the meter increase in the meetings. We resent a letter in May 31st of 2019 after 5 months and still no response from Director of Community Services or the Manager of Bylaw Services to know anything about this letter. June 13th of 2019, we did receive a letter back from the Director of Community Services and stated that we would be going to Council in October of 2019. So here we sit 3 years and 4 months later, and still nothing has been done for the taxi industry, waiting for the bylaw to change and to help us. So some history. In July of 2013, there was 775 units in the vehicle for hire bylaw. In April of 2016, there were 329 units. On March 4th of 2022, there's 148 vehicle hire vehicles. So that's the shortage that we keep talking about. That's the CBC News came about and asked about why the shortage of. So you've gone from 775 units to 148 units. There's a big deficit for here. The cost of putting on a vehicle, drivers can't do it. They're putting up the cost, the money is going up, putting on a new vehicle. They used to buy vans for $20,000. Now to try to buy a fuel-efficient van, one of my drivers tried to buy, well, he's just bought one. He's on a waiting list for 6 months to get a new Toyota, a hybrid, $50,000 to buy this vehicle. A driver of mine went the other day to get insurance. He got a Venza. $10,600 was insurance. We used to pay $2,500 for insurance, right? And then people say, oh, well, let's use an older vehicle. Okay, so we have, for our increase in costs, the price of oil on to do an oil change in the last 6 months have gone up 105%. Transmission fluid have gone up 40%. From August of 2021 to February of 2022, oil filters have gone up 18%. Brake pads in the last 3 months have gone up 24.5%. Brake rotors, 32.5%, right? When you're looking at the cost for municipality, you guys put up our cost of our RCMP check 70%. You guys have increased the transit fees by 20%. We're asking for a 20% increase for our drivers. That's all we're asking. When the bylaw was passed, when Renee was the chief taxi inspector, and he passed the bylaw in 2013, the price of gas at the 7-Eleven over here was 92.3 cents a liter. Today I looked coming in, we're 165.9. That's a huge increase. And these drivers are used to be $50 a day, $120 a day will not cover their fuel costs anymore. They cannot keep up. And when COVID hit, yes, I understand that it didn't come to council, but when COVID hit, who was the ones that were out there transporting the people that were sick, going for testing, going to the hospital? The guys who tested positive at site and couldn't get on a plane and go home, we drove them to Saskatoon. We drove them to Calgary. We took vanfuls. Our drivers put their lives in danger every day. And there's nothing being done for us. We need the vehicle for hire bylaw to be redone. And I understand it will take time, but the meter increase needs to happen now. And the review, the rest we can wait, but we cannot wait another 3 years and 4 months.
Sorry to cut you off, Penny, but that's a lot of time. But I'm sure a lot of what you have to say is going to come up in questions, because it's all valuable information that we weren't privy to, except for the price of gas right now. We all see that sign.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions from council for Penny? Councillor Dogar?
It is just an observation. Before fire, there were about 600 drivers, but now I think there are about 200. I don't know, just a guess. So the professional drivers have moved from the town, from Edmonton to Calgary. So who are the drivers now? Mostly they are temporary. They come for a job, and for a launching pad, they are in the industry. So temporary drivers are not very much professional. You know, there are safety risks and other risks also. And if we do not increase the rates as recommended, there would be, more professional people going away. And this taxi business would be risky. This taxi business deals with 100% of the population. Everybody, old, new, young, child, drunk, sick, everybody uses the taxi. So we should give some attention to it. Surely rates need to be looked into. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. And just for clarity for the council and for Penny as well, the discussion tonight isn't about the increase or that, it's about the review and passing the motion, and the increase will come forward with the recommendation for the review and for the reinstituting the taxi committee. So tonight we're not discussing the amounts of any kind of increase or what that is. Tonight the motion is just on the floor for reviewing the taxi rates and passing this motion, and that will come forward in the review just for councilors' clarity moving forward. Councilor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thanks, Ms. Penny, for coming over. You've actually brought forward all the other points that maybe I might have missed. So just in closing, that we need to help the taxi services owners. We need to, the count is dwindling and the cost of operation is going up. So the points have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bajoko. Are there any other questions for Penny? I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Penny. Thanks for the information. Are there any other delegates for this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Our last delegate for this item is Phil Walding. Phil, once you get situated at the desk, you may go ahead and press the microphone button. You'll have 5 minutes to make your submissions to council. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Phil Walding. I've been the dispatch manager at Sun Taxi for the last 5.5 years. Prior to that, I was the chief taxi inspector for the municipality for 29 months from June of 2013. And like to think that I have a fairly interesting perspective as a result of both. I wanted to address not so much the meter rates, but I will say to Mayor Bowman's comment to Penny that waiting until a committee comes back with recommendations is likely to lead to the industry to collapse. It's right on the edge right now, and I want to get into why that is. When I first got here, the bylaw was 4 months away from happening. There were, as Penny had said, 775 cabs that were in incredibly horrible condition. Every kind of crappy cab you could imagine was on the road, dense, dirty, springs broken, you name it. The 775 was because of the prosperity in the oil fields with the development of the Fort Hills plant and others going on at that time, caused a huge escalation. Now, that resulted in service that was not appropriate for anybody in this municipality. It was, quite frankly, horrible. Now, fast forward to today. Now we're on the other end of that spectrum. There's not a lot of construction going on in sight. The transportation of staff in and out from the Maritimes and that, predominantly United Class Cab and us provide. That part of the business is well served. Where it falls off now is the service for the people in the city of Fort McMurray. And I'll tell you why it falls off. Because you have a situation where cab drivers are paid for kilometers with passengers on board minus deadheading times the number of kilometers you can do in an hour. Now, if you are going to site where you're capable of maintaining 70 kilometers an hour, your hourly wage becomes $22, $23 an hour. If you're in the city where you can only drive 12 to 15 kilometers an hour on average, now the drivers are making $8, $9 an hour. This is where the problem lies, because I have drivers, and keep in mind, I'm the manager of the dispatch at Sun. I don't have to worry about the garage or any of these other aspects, only the dispatch. I have drivers, even though we do not control the airport concession, who play nothing but airport because all they want is those camp trips, because they can make a margin off of them to feed their families, right? The people in the city, unless it's like 50 below and there's fares hanging out all over the place and you can drop off on this corner and pick up on that corner, you are not going to experience that. And the drivers can't make money that way. So the city service suffers. If you had two people come in here, someone who has to go to Save on Foods to get their groceries and ask them about the service, they'll tell you it's an hour. And it's accurate. If you talk to somebody who's going to site, they'll say, oh, I call a cab and 10 minutes later, it's there. You've created a discrepancy in the market by allowing the prices to collapse. And they have collapsed because increments have not occurred to allow for the industry to cover its expenses. Now, the reason that this has happened, when I came, one of the first things that I was commissioned to do was to start the Taxi Cab Advisory Committee, and did so. We had citizen representation, industry representatives. I even had somebody from the oil sands on that committee, so that we could turn around and work progressively together towards our common goals, which was the service of everybody. Now, when TAC was first formed, one of the first things TAC did was approve the meter increase that's in place right now in December of 2013. And the reason that they did it is because in the advent of the bylaw on October 1st, the rates that the bylaw had set out were not the ones that the industry were charging. There was a discrepancy of about 30%. Now, as I was told at the time, let's not worry about the past, let's worry about the future. They fixed the rates and they went forward. When Penny tells you that the rates from December 2013 haven't changed, the stark reality is they haven't changed since the beginning of 2011, because that's the last time the industry reset their meters. Now, the industry was setting their own meters. They were being measured, they were being trusted to measure them themselves, which was definitely a mistake, was definitely very naive on the municipality's part. But TAC registered their support for that meter increase because there was consensus. There was a room full of people that had the concern of the industry at heart, and they came to a conclusion that they needed more. Like, yes, there had been probably fraud, but the reality was that people couldn't feed their families based on what was there. TAC delivered that. TAC delivered many other issues. Where TAC failed to be effective was later in 2014 and 15, the advice of TAC was running counter to what administration wanted from the taxi industry, and the response to that was to simply stop listening to TAC. That caused TAC to fall apart.
Sorry,
because
Phil,
they would
I
bring...
need to cut you off. You exceeded the time. But all great information. And again, as I mentioned to Penny, it's the motion on the floor right now is to review it. So we can't amend the bylaw right now. And I see as it hasn't been updated since 2011, it will be needed.
But the thing that you have to remember, Mayor, in the bylaw, it says the chief tax inspector may. It's up to her, it's at her discretion to review the rates. She didn't do it in October. She could do it tomorrow.
But we just can't make that decision right here. So today we can make the motion that's on the floor.
Our chief tax inspector / manager of bylaw services, his boss, is sitting right beside you.
If you can speak to that, then CEO Doyle.
Through the chair and to the mayor, we'll have Chief Taxi Inspector as well as some of her staff address the comments when it's her turn to speak.
Does anyone have any questions for Phil? Councillor Weigel.
Thanks for the presentation, Phil. I do appreciate the fact that you bring some realism to the actual wages made, as well as the difference between driving out to site and in town. I can speak to the fact that as a restaurant owner, especially one downtown, at 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock as restrictions lift, it was over an hour and a half wait to get people home who are intoxicated, which is a big worry of mine, obviously, because that's when they decide to drive themselves home and we lose lives. And so I do see the other side of that, and I do appreciate the clarity and the open forum about that realism of that difference, because I don't think a lot of people would know that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. Is there any other questions for Phil? I don't see any there, Phil, but thank you for your presentation. It was very informative.
Thanks.
And do we have any delegates on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. We have no further delegates for this item.
Do we have any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Stroud?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I would like to ask a couple questions of administration.
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud, thank you. Deanne, as well as some of her staff are with her on the line. She can answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Doyle. So, Deanne, when was the last time administration reviewed the taxi rates in the municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So in November 2018, we brought forward some motions to council, and council passed a motion that administration review the vehicle for hire bylaw and come back to council with recommendations. In that time, there was extensive engagement done with brokerages, with drivers, and really this bylaw is complex. One of the things that came out of that engagement is that we translated that bylaw into 4 different languages, because that was one of the things that we heard is that people didn't understand the bylaw, and the rate system is very complex. We have been working recently with our legal team because we do know that this bylaw needs an overview. So we support this motion that's on the floor. And as far as looking at the rates right now, we've been working with legal to see, because our rural taxi drivers also were asking about an increase with the price of fuel. So we're comparable to other areas as far as the rates go, but it hasn't been changed. The rate hasn't been changed from what I can see since 2014.
Thank you, Deanne. And the task force that was involved, where is it at now?
Through the chair to Councillor Stroud. So there was lots of history that you heard in the room tonight as well. So the Taxi Advisory Committee was disbanded in 2018. And at that time, I believe one of the delegates spoke to it kind of wasn't serving its purpose. So really more operational items were coming forward to this Taxi Advisory Committee, things that could be handled at the bylaw services desk or by making an appointment to speak with one of the officers rather than the real meaty stuff. So it wasn't serving its purpose. So that's why it was disbanded at that time.
Okay, thank you, Deanne. If councillors are receiving concerns such as Councillor Banjoko, I think the review needs to be done. I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. I don't see anybody else with their hand up in the room, so I'm going to ask for an amendment. After listening to Renee, who I've known since 2013, and listened to Phil and Penny, and I've used your services many times in the 30 years I've been here, getting me home from Diggers on a weekend. And Abdi, I look forward to using your services in the future. And I think the way the motion stands right now, it's going to take a while before we get a task force, like Phil mentioned, getting this forward to make a task force in place and then review. It's going to take a while. As I've seen with other bylaws and amendments, forming a taxi committee again is a big job. So I'm going to ask Councillor Banjoko if we can break this up in 2 motions so that we can get it moving faster. The first motion being that the administration be directed to conduct a review of taxi rates, taking into consideration any changes to the cost of operating taxi services in the rural and urban service areas. Second part being still part of the first motion, that administration conduct a review of vehicle for hire bylaw number 13/001 and host stakeholder engagement sessions that include the public, the taxi industry, tourism, and the Chamber of Commerce, and the feedback be considered for inclusion in any amendments to the vehicle for hire bylaw. So that would be the first motion. So we could get things moving a little quicker. And the second part, to move into, as Councillor Majoko mentioned, that the task force, similar to the previous taxi committee disbanded in 2018, be established to review and bring forward recommendations to Council on regulating and controlling taxi services within the boundaries of the regional municipality of Buffalo. So I just asked Councillor Banjoko if she would agree to those, to changing that motion.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I totally agree to the changes, to break that into 2 motions. One for the immediate review of the meter, and then the second one is to reinstitute or reactivate a task force or bylaw for the vehicle for hire and all that, so we can separate that. Do we need a break to get it done, or can we just?
No, I put a line through.
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko and members of council, what we'll do is essentially we're having a request to sever the motions. So instead of severing them into 3 parts, we have a part 1, which is the first 2 motions, and a part 2, which is the last motion.
Okay.
There's no amendment required to do that.
Oh, thank you. That's awesome.
Okay, Councillor Stroud.
Mayor Bowman, is it possible that we can put a date on this for this to come back to council? We realize
I think that would be a friendly amendment.
Yes.
Can we just get it done? Or, I wonder. Can we?
Deanne, if you're on the line there, can you give us a timeline when the first part could be done?
Yeah.
Through the chair, the mayor. So is this for the rates?
Yes.
Yes, this is to go over, review the rates that are, and review the bylaw, yeah.
I think sooner is probably better than later, given the price of fuel, but I want to be realistic too. Like, I need to involve legal. So if could we say May 10th?
That's fair.
2 months. I think that's great, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Deanne. That's fair. It's a lot quicker than what it has been. Thank you.
Really?
Through the chair, pardon the interruptions, Jamie here. Deanne, this May 10th date, that would also include engagement?
Through the chair to the CAO, it would have to. You know, there's, if I can, there's a lot of different things that are going on in this industry across Alberta even that are different than what we're doing here. So I think now is the time for us to take a look at that. And some of those things that are happening, it also includes bringing that transportation network in, or that Uber-like service that one of the delegates spoke about. But there's also areas like Grand Prairie and Red Deer are actually doing a deregulation of rates. So to allow the market to be more competitive. We've been reviewing it and researching it to see what kind of things happens. But what that allows is, this is the minimum you can charge, this is the maximum you can charge, and then we allow the industry to choose what they charge. So it's an interesting thing, and it's something that's happening in other areas in Alberta that I'd like to bring forward for council's consideration at that time. We have been doing some work on it, so I think we can bring, and we need to talk to the industry about it as well. So I think it's doable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deanne. I just wanted to make sure that we all understood the engagement was considered in that May 10th day.
Sorry. Thank you, Deanna. Councillor Bujoka, do you have anything else to add? You have anything else?
Do you want me to read it again?
No, you don't read it.
Okay, no, I'm good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Joko. So I see nobody. I see no one's hand up or on this, and so on the first portion, we'll vote. Take a vote. All in favor of the first two parts. All in favor. And anyone opposed? And on the second part, so it's carried unanimously. Number 1 and number 2, all in favor. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously as well. So thank you to all the delegates for coming forward, and we look forward to this coming forward and before May 10th for you. Thank you.
Mayor Bowman, it's Jade. Through the chair to members of council, item 7.4 is the notice of motion served by Councillor McGrath at the prior meeting, property tax ratio. Because Councillor McGrath is unable to be here at this point in time, it's my recommendation that council consider deferring this item to the March 22nd meeting.
Thank you, Jade. So then moving on, we'll move to, actually, I'll have to give the chair to, oh, sorry, is there any concerns of council of moving on? We really can't do anything about it if he's not here. So if we're concerned or not, we're not doing anything. So, thank you. The next agenda item, again move my seat to Deputy Mayor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You have a motion or something to bring forward, sir?
Yes. Motion. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Councillor Grandison. That the mayor be authorized on behalf of council to send a letter to the Federal Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada demonstrating council's opposition to Bill 21 and requesting the federal government take any appropriate steps to intervene in support of current legal challenges to Quebec's Bill 21.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second the motion.
Councillor Weigel.
Stroud.
Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud. Would you like to speak to the motion now, Mr. Mayor?
Certainly. It's been addressed to me by several members of the community. This bill, what it does is it doesn't allow for government employees and school employees to wear any kind of religious articles to work, and people in Quebec already have been fired from their jobs for wearing religious articles. So it's brought up, and it's, I think, as we stand united in our community for everyone, that this is something else that we can see is happening already in our country. And if we kind of ignore it, it's going to spread throughout the rest of the country, this type of thoughts.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anybody have any questions or discussion related to this?
Deputy Mayor. Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I see Councillor Stroud has her light on, but before we do, I'll just confirm for the record for everyone that there's no registered delegates for this motion before council this evening.
Why, thank you for catching that for me, Jay. and now we'll go to Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. In reviewing this Bill 21, it unfairly targets people who express their faith through what they wear. People should not be forced to make the choice between their religion, their identity, and their profession. The government should not be allowed to impose their beliefs on the people of Quebec, nor should they be dictating to individuals what they can and cannot wear. The women who choose to wear scarves, hats, and turbans should also have a right to freedom of expression and religion, and to make their own choices without government interference, like all people in Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I am also in full support of this motion. I believe that we live in a country that supports our freedom, and I think it's important that in a multicultural nation that we are able to express our multiculturalism, and that as we come over with different religions and backgrounds, that we're able to support that. I think it also is relatable to also when we're looking at reconciliation, that, you know, we're trying to give back a culture, and so it would be almost an exact opposite if we're trying to take another one away. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Were there any other comments or discussion?
Councillor Grandison, I see Councillor Benjoko has her light on, as well as Councillor Dogar.
All right, we'll first go to Councillor Benjoko, please.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. I also want to support the motion. People should be allowed to express themselves through the way they dress, as long as it's safe and fit for purpose of the job that they are doing, and they are still able to meet the needs, they're still able to perform, then I believe they should be allowed to dress and express themselves, whether through their culture or or on religious grounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Banjoko. Councillor Dogar.
And thank you very much to the chair. We must respect all cultures, all communities, all faiths, and mutually respect all. There should not be any discrimination amongst anyone. This is the Canadian culture. This tradition shows us. And you have seen in this council, there are minority people also. There are all sorts of different background. So this thing should be carried on. We must respect all background people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Councillor Cardinal.
To the chair, to the council, if I want to wear a headdress or a sash or a turban to work, I think that would be able to use it. So I support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there anybody else, Jade?
I don't see any other signals inside the council chamber.
All right, thank you. Before I call for the motion, I'd just like to take an opportunity to make a comment myself. I just support everything that people said, and Councillor Dogar kind of took the words out of my mouth. I look back at the council when the camera allows me to span, and I see multiple different cultures within our council of elected officials that all come together and work, and you see Métis people allowed to wear a sash. You know, you see pictures of our chiefs when they're doing official business wearing headdress. I mean, this is all part of different people's cultures and the values that they bring. I was recently at the Black History Month banquet, and I saw many people there dressed in attire that was respective of their culture and where they came from, and I absolutely categorically agree. So that's just my 2 cents worth in support of what everybody said. And if there are no other comments, I will call for the votes. All in favor, please raise your hands. And again, I'm going to ask Jade to let me know because I can't see.
Absolutely. Everyone inside the council chamber has their hands raised in support of the motion.
All right. Thank you very much. I believe it is now time that I pass the chair back to His Worship, Mayor Bowman.
Thank you, Councillor Gradison. And thank everyone for your support. I think this is just something, it doesn't necessarily affect us, but it lands on our lap just to speak up for other people in different communities as well. And now moving on to the council reporting. If anyone has anything they can update, I kind of gave my update at the beginning of the meeting, as I knew we might not get to the end. So if anyone has anything they'd like to update from the community, please, this is your time. Councillor Stroud.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Winterfest and the sled dog races are on in Anzac this Saturday, March 12th. The events we held at the Anzac Day Use Area on Camp Yogi. There are many events for children and adults, including a petting zoo, sliding hill, and crafts. There's all-day family events starting off with a free pancake breakfast sponsored by our local Anzac Fire Department. Sled dog racing has a storied history in the community of Anzac, with dog mushing events taking place on Gregor Lake since the 1980s and playing a major role in the Anzac Winterfest event for many years. I'm running the crib tournament, so any crib players within our region that want to drive out to Anzac and enjoy the festivities, please be there between 1 and 1:30 to register. I'm sending this invitation out to all the residents in the municipality. Please come out and enjoy a fun-filled day in the hamlet of Anzac. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stroud, and I'll be there Saturday morning for the pancake breakfast and the black powder start and the drummers and dancers. Councillor Grandison.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Stroud, for that update. I just wanted to make a comment looking back into the room from my angle. It's nice to see the excitement and hear the excitement with people that I'm talked to with our progression and the mask coming off and people's lives getting back to normal. I've heard it echoed through a number of different ways, and I just hope that along with spring, we see people's spirits uplifted and things moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Banjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Today is International Women's Day, and already Mayor greeted all the women. I was able to join one or two Zoom meetings, webinar, especially the one that I joined, the Muslim Women's Association and Interfaith Symposium, Justice in an Unjust World. I truly enjoyed it, joining other women from our region to the Prairie region. That was a great gathering, and I believe we have another one this weekend in RMWB. So I want to do a shout out to all the women out there. One of the key takeaways for me was that we are the first leaders, so we have the power to nurture and create the nature of kind people. So happy International Women's Day to all the women. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Majoko. Councillor Weigel?
Thanks, Mayor Bowman. Obviously, I would like to recognize International Women's Day. My mother, my wife, and many women that run my my businesses, and all the women that help out in the RMWB. You have great roles, and you bring a lot to the table, and we couldn't do it without you. So I just want to say thank you there. I also want to recognize the RMWB and everybody that got together to put on Winter Play. My kids spent hours upon hours upon hours playing hockey out there on the Sny, and it was awesome. And so they came back, they said it was well run. They said every engagement by every person out there was absolutely incredible. So I just want to give a huge shout out and thank you to everybody that put that on. It's a massive family event, and my family took entire advantage of it, and it was incredible. So it's stuff like this that really makes our region great, and so I appreciate you guys putting it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weigel. And then to reiterate your comments, if it wasn't a women, we wouldn't be here anyway. So, Councillor Dogar?
Thank you very much, sir. International Ladies' Day. And thank you very much for reminding me. I also read it somewhere. Ladies, in the first exposure is the mom. Mom is a great mom, great relationship. No comparison with that relationship. Then is the sister. Then is the wife. And then is the daughter. First, second, fourth is extremely loving. You know, I'm little culturally speaking, in back my culture, the ladies as a wife are little subdued. They're not giving very much importance. But from Canadian culture, I have learned they should be equally respected, and I gave a message to my back country. And the other message I want to give it to my back country and my back culture, here ladies are treated equally well, and they perform equally well. In certain fields, they are even better, like office jobs, like house jobs, and maybe some, male can do few more better things, but they're, by and large, they're equally good. So the message I want to give to my back country is they should train the ladies, females, in such a way that they compete with the men, and they can perform better in certain fields. And those fields should be identified and given due importance. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Dogar. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to report? I'm not seeing any, so that concludes our public portion of tonight's meeting. Thanks everyone who participated. Council members will take a short recess, 10 minutes, and reconvene back here in 10 minutes.